Three, two, are we live? Are we live? I hope so. Am I actually being heard? I just spent 10 minutes sitting here by myself being like, why is the camera not responding to the OBS and vice versa? And then I realized it's because we took the camera off the tripod to get a pickup shot for something that we were doing for this video that's about to come out with Natasha, the next Whodunit video, and I forgot to plug it back in. Like, everything else was on the thing, but it wasn't plugged in, so I was just like, oh, that would be why, if it's not hooked up. So sorry about that, guys. We're here. I am here. How is everybody doing tonight? Hey, Darth Sidious, Derp Rex, Adriel, Texas KC. I have to cook dinner, but I'm here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I know it's always something technical over here. Hey Patrick, how is everybody? Do you want to hear something gross? I filled out my vote by mail ballot just about an hour ago, and as I was like sealing the envelope, I did that thing that you're not supposed to do where you lick it this way, and I totally gave myself a paper cut on my tongue. Very gross. Here we go. I'm good. Good to see you guys. I know it's like I just saw you yesterday, but you know, it's weird because there's been like I'm on a streak of collab projects, which is really great. I love that. But sometimes I've gotten to this point where I'm like, huh, it feels weird to just be sitting in here by myself for right now. I'm trying to crochet a hat without a pattern, and I haven't crocheted in several years. Remember me if I die. Good luck, because I've never known how to crochet. I respect that. Hey, Allie. That's how Susan died. That's what we were all saying. We're like, that's how George Costanza's fiance died. Been here for like 50-ish minutes. Be off to study and work on homework, and then maybe back. Cool. Obviously take your time in and out. It's like streams are like a I don't know what you call it, like an open house party, like an open door policy house party where it's just like people can just come in and out whenever they want. It's fine. Hey pizza, a pizza that giant for the simple huddled masses. Getting better at saying it. Hey Nightmare. I hate that I've missed the last two of these. That's cool. We've missed you, but no worries. If you wanted to go back and watch them, I always tell everybody that the VODs are available on the homepage. But you know, luckily, Goosebumps is not a linear series, which is why I love reading them on stream. They are perfect for, hi Noah, they're perfect for just catching them when you catch them, you know? Today, we are reading Let's Get Invisible. As I was trying to get everything working, I saw Darth Sidious, I think, say, I don't know if I have high hopes for this book. I've never read this one, and I don't remember the episode of this one, so I am just as concerned/confused as you are. But if it's good, it'll be good. And if it's bad, we can meme it together. So there you go. Hope your crochet project goes well. I rarely make anything without a pattern. I can't imagine, like, the only thing I can do without a pattern, I don't crochet, but as far as like doing anything without a pattern, the only thing I can do is circle skirts, like when I'm sewing, because circle skirts are literally the easiest thing in the world because it's literally just measuring a circumference. Like your waistline and then how long you want it to be, and then it's just a big donut of fabric that you sew together with another big donut of fabric. Oh, you couldn't finish reading it. You had to audiobook it. Interesting. Is this going to be worse than Monster Blood is the question. I'm just dusting off my Greek mythology for perpetuating getting Curse of Hera. Yeah. I loved our Greek mythology discussions of last night. We were all just like discussing Greek mythology right off the bat. I was the one who was concerned we don't need a repeat of Monster Blood, although I feel we will get several of those. It's one of those things where there's literally hundreds of R.L. Stine books, and the man is not gonna, no one bats 1,000, so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, especially because he was contracted to write so many of them and wrote them so fast, it's like, you know, honestly, I'm sure the fact that he has some of them that are really fantastic, I think speaks to his talent, because he had basically no time to write any of these. And the ones that are bad are honestly not surprising to me, given that setup of working. I can't imagine. I think he would write these books in like a few days, if not like sometimes a whole week was needed. Oh boy. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's just like, poor man. Justin, watching the Halloween tree. I love the Halloween tree. Doing a video on that was so much fun because I never really had it growing up. I remembered bits and pieces of it because it was always on TV, but like I never like sat down and watched it. So getting to like really appreciate it through making that video, it's one of my favorite things about doing these videos is I love sharing my own nostalgia with you guys, but I also love experiencing things that you guys are nostalgic for the first time, like Kingdom Hearts. Like I never got to play Kingdom Hearts because I never had a PlayStation as a kid. So now I'm like an adult and I'm getting to experience all of these things for the first time with a bunch of people that really love it. And chat feels like all of my big siblings teaching me how to play it. I think the reason he wrote them so fast was the demand was so high. Yeah. Plus it was probably a nice writing exercise between the Fear Street books. Yeah. I think that's true. Yeah. Can't get an essay done in a week, so if I wrote a book, it would probably take a few centuries. Yeah, I mean, I can't even write a short story in... I mean, I guess I've written short stories in a week, but they weren't very good, you know? Be memes regardless the quality of the book. Yeah. Yeah, there will be. And that's, you know, the thing about Goosebumps is we don't love it for its perfection, we love it for its camp. And honestly, like, it wouldn't really be that fun if, like, all of the books were perfect and we could just, like, analytically dissect them, right? I think the fun thing about reading these books on stream is that they're books for kids and they're a little bit silly, you know? In Goosebumps' case, they're a bit silly. Let me put my desk cam on. Pray to God that it actually doesn't mess up too much tonight. I've got black tea with lemon and sugar again. I don't know what everybody else is drinking, but that is my drink check for the night. Yeah, this is the cover. If you guys notice, this is the first Goosebumps read stream that I made the thumbnail out of, not the original and the 2002 reprint covers, because I know we talked about this with Curse of the Mummy. Some of the covers are really great. Like Curse of the Mummy is a really great reprint cover. The Let's Get Invisible cover, I hate. I've always hated. I don't even like when I'm like scrolling through and I'm seeing it. I'm like, what is that? Oh, that's Let's Get Invisible. Okay, it's just I don't like the design. I don't like the color scheme. So I chose instead to use the original and then just I guess a different edition of the from 93, I guess. Just took my nieces to a Halloween pumpkin carnival. Ooh, it's so cute. Gotta go now, but I'll help you back. That's so cute, Patrick. Have fun. Bye. So yeah, so for the first time ever, because my new thing with why is this? Oh. I love you, Philip DeFranco, but I don't have time to watch right now. I gotta stream to monitor to make sure nothing's messing up horribly. Which it probably will. Hey Boots the cat. College, I had no time and had to write an end of semester paper after previously working an 8-hour shift. Oof. And it being a late night, thought I could salvage the first draft, but I had to redo it all. Ooh, I hate that. I know, I've been working so much with between client videos, editing for this channel, doing streams, and I love it. I love doing YouTube. I love that YouTube is slowly becoming my main job. But I've been working so much that I've just been pulling these late nights and just being so much editing. There's too much editing, but I love it. I love what I do, and I would not trade it for anything. Thinking about that song, Let's Get Physical. I'm replacing. Yeah, I'm sure that was I feel like R.L. Stine giggled to himself as he was coming up with the title, because, he came up with the titles first and then wrote the books around the titles. So he was probably very proud of this one. Hey, everybody just coming in. The whole gang's here. Hey, Ellery. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh boy. Jeez. For anybody who was on to see the end of the last, I hear fireworks going off. Are my neighbors seriously putting off fireworks right now? Why? It's Tuesday. Anyway, for those of you who saw the end of my the Kingdom Hearts stream from last night, you know that that was insane. And we really appreciate you guys. We actually had last stream, that was our third Kingdom Hearts stream that we've ever done, and it was the highest watched out of the series so far. And we've been actually going up every single time. Like, you know, usually like as a series goes on, the viewership dwindles, but it's actually growing. And so we were just like talking once we got off about like how thankful we are to you guys. So thank you guys, from me and Maddie. Maddie's not here right now, but I'm sure she would say the same thing. Once in college, I decided to write an essay 50% about Jesus for Jewish Studies class, and we didn't even cover that at all in class. I had to skip class because I got sick from not sleeping. Ooh, I hate that. I'm so sorry. Kudos to your brother for salvaging the audio from your last video. Yeah, we've all been telling him that he's a genius all week, because we seriously like got done. You can see in the recording, we genuinely thought we were going to have to scrap that entire video, and we were heartbroken about it because we had so much fun with it. And when Spencer said he'd salvage it, we were kind of bracing ourselves for like, oh, it's going to be complete trash, but it might be audible. And he made it like, obviously, if you're listening to it with good headphones, you can tell that there's a difference between the scratch audio and the regular Tascam audio, but he made it sound really solid. Like, I'm not sure how he did it. He put it through a whole bunch of audio engineering things and got it done. So we appreciate Spencer. Who was also helping me monitor stream via text because he was watching it being like, you know that you're as everybody else is just like, wow, the sound is really not working correctly. Spencer's like, you know, the sound is really bad, right? I'm like, I know, I'm trying to fix it. You even appreciate us after how unhinged we were by the end of Last Kingdom Hearts. Of course. Technically the end of the unhingedness of the end of the Kingdom Hearts stream, if anybody's fault, it was Maddie. just kidding. But no, I had so much fun on stream last night, as I always do. This is a really chill place to stream, and I love it here. So thank you guys. And I know Maddie's excited since she loves Kingdom Hearts so much that other people love watching the Kingdom Hearts stream. So that always makes us happy. But yes, let's get into, can you tell I'm kind of stalling because I don't know what to expect with this book? All right. Well, ooh, we got to add the tagline to our list of taglines. Now you see him, now you don't. It's kind of a mid tagline, honestly. It's not like terrible, but it's just kind of like, there are more fun taglines, you know. How scary can being invisible really be? That's my question. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I guess we will. I guess for a kid, if you just start turning invisible and you have no answers and, you know, you have no one to turn to, that's probably bad, but... and yeah, the next Whodunit video with me and Natasha will finally come out. It was filmed before I got the Sanderson sisters, so it looks different watching back the footage, but it finally is done. It was rendering out as I was about to get on, and then DaVinci crashed again, so I'm gonna have to figure out why that's not rendering when I get off. So it will go up tomorrow morning instead of tonight, but you know, hopefully that will be a fun video. I'm glad to finally have that out. Since I'm an introvert, I'd love to be invisible. I always used to choose invisibility as, like, if you could have any superpower, which one would you have? I was always stuck as a kid between flying and invisibility. Because, like, being invisible, you could do so much, right? It's definitely not the worst tagline, at least. It'll just kill you was definitely worse. Oh, it'll just kill you is definitely worse. Yeah. I'm going to log it into my my little running list that I don't know exactly how I'm going to work into this big video when it's finally done, but I will somehow, some way. Oh, we didn't write a book review for the Babysitters Club. We don't have to do that tonight, but we should do that at some point. I just realized we didn't because I was so exhausted when we got off. I completely forgot. Okay, sorry. Now it just makes me think of, You know how the movie Now You See Me came out and then there was Now You See Me 2? I was like, why didn't they just call the second one Now You Don't? I get it, but like, I would have had so much respect for that. Hi, Milo. You could be invisible. Would you use it for good or immediately do crime? I would say crime. no, I wouldn't. I would use it for. My brother and I always used to joke that we would like, if you were invisible, you could just like sneak into Disney World and it's like, yeah, because Disney doesn't need all your money. You could just sneak in for free if nobody could see you. I would definitely be the hardened superhero, anti-hero that's just like doing vigilante shit with all the like, I'd be like Batman, but invisible, I guess. Sticking it to corporations or something. Wish I had all my Goosebumps books from my childhood. Getting all 62 books would cost a lot. I mean, for me, it just took time. I managed to find them all for like $1 or $2 each, but you just have to really, really know how to sift through them and have the patience. And thankfully, I've just kind of like I like looking for books. Like, I like that collectible thing of just like sifting through stuff to find the things that you want. I love going to Goodwill's and scouring eBay, but it's just very tedious, you know? I hope you're the weirdly benevolent and nice invisible person doing weird, harmless shit, but also stealing food for homeless people. That exactly. I would technically it's a crime, but I would 100% steal food from Walmart to feed people. Wanted to crochet a Carly Beth doll with a removable mask. Ooh. But I just can't think of a good way to execute it. Yeah, I can see that being tough, because, like, yeah. She just looks like a normal girl, but then there's the mask. I'm sure you'll figure it out, though. I collected all of the Mummy books because Mummy stuff is my shit. I used to say, you know, like, it's like last night where, like, we were talking about Greek mythology and I was realizing how I never really grew out of my Greek mythology phase. It's the same thing with Egyptology. I always feel like, oh, I grew out of that. And then, like, it comes up as a subject and I'm like, ooh, no, I didn't. I really still very much do love it. Like, reading Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, I was like, this is a vibe. I loved that book. Really nice. Maybe my grandmother didn't need invisibility to sneak into the Disney World. That woman could loophole her way out of paying for most theme parks. Wow. That's a superpower in and of itself. All right, let's go into our Goodreads and log that we're reading this book. Small cam. All that I have up right now is the Goodreads, the live stream, and my documents of the taglines, which should really tell you something. Let's go to, this should be in my all libraries. Let me go to my books. I don't have to go searching for it. Same thing. Yeah, I think there's some things that we never truly, we think we grow out of them, but once they come back up as a topic, we're like, oh, we still very much do care about this, which is a good thing. Let's search for, let's get, no, I want to just search this. Oh, here we go. It's the wrong field. Let's get, there we go. And yeah, if anybody's ever using this for a resource and wants to know books in my collection, you can check here for what's on my lists. Library all. Here we go. Let's say currently reading, because we're currently reading it. And I won't add it to the Goosebump thread until we finish it, although I know we will. Personally, I had a huge Greek mythology phase from reading Percy Jackson. Yes, I want to eventually read Percy Jackson on stream. It'll be quite a lot of streams, and obviously the books will each take several streams to get through, but ooh, I love those books. And then fueling my Egyptian phase too was right after that the Kane Chronicles came out, which I also loved. Dolls before, but they were more helmet style, being a full face mask. Don't think I could execute it well with yarn. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I could see that taking some creativity for sure. Which you have tons of, so I'm sure you will get to the bottom of it. I have faith in you. We're gonna pet Dragon Bean for good luck, by the way. Personally, never been a fan of Percy Jackson. I had to read one for summer reading, and it was hard to get through. It just wasn't for me. That's fair. Not everything is for everybody. I was very nostalgic about them, and I still love them to this day. Haven't read them in forever, but oh yeah, there's tons of books in the Percy Jackson universe. There's so many books. Oh my god, so many books. Really, if they wanted to do like an MCU style, what's happening? Why did my camera shut off? What? Can everybody still hear me, at least, since my camera shut off and you cannot see me? Very strange. Make it clear as you go. I'm right here, guys. I'm just fixing this, whatever is happening. Okay, everybody can still hear me. That is good. Ah, that's the problem. There we go. So apparently, while we forgot to plug it back into the system to help it stream, or to allow it to stream, we also forgot to plug it into the wall. So that was the battery dying and it being like, whoops. I am invisible. What a fitting thing, right? All right, let's read the back of this book. My Goodreads account is hilarious because the two authors I'm following currently are R.L. Stine and an author of 18 plus boys love historical fantasy novels. I mean, honestly, I just think that means that just proves that you're a really, really fun time to hang out with, you know? I think my account, because this is just for the stream account, we only follow R.L. Stine, but I thought about going through and following like all of the writers and ghostwriter, like all of these, there are different like people that write them, like all of the writers of all the books that we've read, just like off of principle. Hello, Dallas. Welcome. We're about to get started. Let's read the back. Disappearances can be deadly. On Max's birthday, he finds a sort of magic mirror in the attic. It can make him become invisible. So Max and his friends start playing Now You See Me, Now You Don't, until Max realizes he's losing control, staying invisible a little too long, having a harder and harder time coming back. Getting invisible is turning into a very dangerous game. The next time Max gets invisible, will it be forever? Dun dun dun. Sounds pretty cool to me. Definitely, again, I always picture all of the kids from all of the different books like being in support group together, and like, you know, the one kid's like, we had to live in a house full of dead children, like the Welcome to Dead House kids, and the Stay Out of the Basement kids are like, our dad is a plant and maybe a plant murderer. And then then there's just like I just love, and then this kid is just like, I turned invisible for a really long time. It's just like, all right, cool. All right, my tea is, you know, when your tea like is like almost warm enough, like cool enough to drink, but not quite, and you're just like, come on, tea. Just want to be able to drink tea. Goosebumps Trauma Support Group, Goosebumps Anonymous. Honestly, I would love, if I ever made a fan film, I think that's what I would make, would be Goosebumps Anonymous. Hey, Hannah! I wish to approve of any headcanon that involves characters getting therapy. Yes, always, all the time. It's like the Olsen twins movie where the good aunt is trapped in the mirror because of her evil sister. Ooh, that like just unlocked something way in the back of my brain. Yeah, that's a very distant memory, but I definitely remember that to some degree. One of the books I found in this giant haul that I found at Goodwill for the streams was a Mary-Kate and Ashley, New Adventures of Mary-Kate and Ashley book, which I was like, oh my god. I used to borrow these and Wishbone Mysteries together. So it took me back. All right, I'm going to start chapter 1, and I will put a bookmark in chat and come back. So hopefully we might not be on until 2:30 today, but you never know. Double, Toil and Trouble. Yes, I still need to cover that. And it will certainly not be before Halloween comes, but hopefully after Halloween I'll still get to it. That's how I know about it. I definitely had I probably borrowed the VHS once from the library. That's probably why I remember it, but just barely. If there's any I think you'd like in there before I donate them to charity. Thank you, Ellery. I would appreciate that so much. I absolutely love the whole channel of like revisiting old stuff, but I just collecting and reading these books on stream has just made me remember just like how much I used to love reading as a kid. And it's just been a very nice experience, and it's helping me since we all know that I have, even though the channel is Avery Talks About Stuff, I still struggle to speak publicly, especially live. So reading and tripping over words and learning how to work through that has been kind of therapeutic in a weird way. Invisibility would only be cool if it was magic or tech-based. Anything that uses science to achieve it, its results are always horrifying. Yeah, this could... You never know. R.L. Stine has a way of scaring you in a way that you don't see coming. Let's see. I will say this one has my favorite first line of any book we've read so far. Chapter 1. I went invisible for the first time on my 12th birthday. It was all Whitey's... Whitey? It was all Whitey's fault in a way. Whitey is my dog. He's just a mutt, part terrier, part everything else. He's all black, so of course we named him Whitey. Okay. We're off to a start. I already have questions, but we'll come back. We'll circle back around. If Whitey had been sniffing around in the attic, ... Good, another dog. Yes, dogs. Did not do Halloween as a kid, so now I do Halloween at all times. Exactly, it's always Halloween here. And I know everybody's like, oh no, another dog. I know, it's Halloween all year round here. I always tell my cousin who didn't get to have Halloween that she should just be like all out for Halloween now that she's an adult. Alright, well, maybe I'd better back up a bit and start at the beginning. My birthday was on a rainy Saturday. It was a few minutes before kids would start arriving for my birthday party, so I was getting ready. Getting ready means brushing my hair. That it does. My brother is always on my case because I spend too much time in front of the mirror brushing it and checking it out. I mean, that's just... Everybody should care about their hair. Everybody has hair. You should take care of it. To the best of your abilities. The thing is, I just happen to have great hair. It's very thick and sort of golden brown, just a little bit wavy. My hair is my best feature, so I like to make sure it looks okay. Self-love, we appreciate that. Also, I have very big ears. Aww, they stick out a lot, so I have to keep making sure that my hair covers my ears is important. Aww, this kid doesn't have big ears. Even if he did, that's fine. Max, it's messed up in back, my brother, Lefty said, standing behind me as I studied my hair in the front hall mirror. His name is really Noah, but I call him Lefty because he's the only left-handed person in our family. Ooh, fellow Lefty, yay. Lefty was tossing a softball up and catching it in his left hand. He knew he wasn't supposed to toss the softball around in the house, but he always did it anyway. Lefty is 2 years younger than me. He's not a bad guy, but he has too much energy. He always has to be tossing a ball around, drumming his hands on the table, hitting something, running around, falling down, leaping into things. Wrestling with me, you get the idea. Dad says that Lefty has ants in his pants. It's a dumb expression, but it sort of describes my brother. It sounds like he has undiagnosed ADHD, but what do I know? I'm not a psychologist. I turned and twisted my neck to see the back of my hair. It is not messed up, liar, I said. Think fast, Lefty shouted as he tossed the softball at me. I made a grab for it and missed. It hit the wall just below the mirror with a loud thud. Lefty and I held our breath waiting to see if Mom heard the sound, but she didn't. I think she was in the kitchen doing something for the birthday cake. That was dumb, I whispered to Lefty. You almost broke the mirror. You're dumb, he said. Typical. Why don't you learn to throw right-handed? Because some of us can't. Then maybe I could catch it sometimes, I told him. I liked to tease him about being left-handed because he really hated it. You stink, he said, picking up the softball. I was used to it. He said it 100 times a day. I guess he thought it was clever or something. He's a good kid for a 10-year-old, but he doesn't have much of a vocabulary. Your ears are sticking out, he said. I knew he was lying. I started to answer him, but the doorbell rang. He and I raced down the narrow hallway to the front door. Hey, it's my party, I told him. But Lefty got to the door first and pulled it open. My best friend, Zach, pulled open the screen door and hurried into the house. It was starting to rain pretty hard, and he was already soaked. He handed me a present wrapped in silver paper, raindrops dripping off it. It's a bunch of comic books, he said. I already read them. The X-Force graphic novel is kind of cool. Thanks, I said. They don't look too wet. Lefty grabbed the present from my hand and ran into the living room with it. Don't open it, I shouted. He said he was just starting a pile. Zach took off the Red Sox cap. I got a look at his new haircut. Wow, you look different, I said, studying his new look. His black hair was buzzed real short on the left side. The rest of it was long, brushed straight to the right. Did you invite girls, he asked me, or is it just boys? Some girls are coming, I told him. Aaron and April. Maybe my cousin Deborah. I knew he liked Deborah. He nodded thoughtfully. Zach has a real serious face. He has these little blue eyes that always look far away, like he's thinking hard about something, like he's real deep. He's sort of an intense guy, not nervous, just keyed up and very competitive. He has to win at everything. If he comes in second place, he gets really upset and kicks the furniture. You know that kind. I do. What are we going to do? Zach asked, shaking the water off his Red Sox cap. I shrugged. We were supposed to be in the backyard. Dad put the volleyball net up this morning, but that was before it started to rain. I rented some movies. Maybe we'll watch them. The doorbell rang. Lefty appeared again from out of nowhere, pushed Zach and me out of the way, and made a dive for the door. Oh, it's you, I heard him say. Thanks for the welcome. I recognized Aaron's squeaky voice. Some kids called Aaron Mouse because of that voice, and because she's tiny like a mouse. She has this short, straight, blonde hair, and I think she's cute, but of course I never tell anyone that. Of course not. Can we come in? I recognized April's voice next. April is the other girl in our group. She has curly black hair, dark, sad eyes. I always thought she was really sad, but then I figured out that she's just shy. Yeah, that happens. The party's tomorrow, I heard Lefty tell them. Huh? Both girls uttered cries of surprise. No, it isn't, I shouted. I stepped into the doorway and shoved Lefty out of the way. I pushed open the screen door so Aaron and April could come in. You know Lefty's little jokes, I said, squeezing my brother against the wall. Lefty is a little joke, Aaron said. You're stupid, Lefty told her. I pressed him into the wall a little harder. Oof. Leaning against him with all my weight, but he ducked down and scooted away. Happy birthday, April said, shaking the rain from her curly hair. She handed me a present wrapped in Christmas wrapping paper. It's the only paper we had, she explained, seeing me staring at it. I always get my birthday stuff wrapped in Christmas wrapping paper because my birthday is 2 days before Christmas and all of the Christmas wrapping paper is out. So you might as well just wrap my stuff with it too. Merry Christmas to you too, I joked. The present felt like a CD. I forgot your present, Aaron said. What is it? I asked, following the girls into the living room. I don't know, I haven't bought it yet. Lefty grabbed April's present out of my hand and ran to put it on top of Zach's present in the corner behind the couch. Aaron plopped down on the white leather ottoman in front of the armchair. April stood at the window, staring out at the rain. We were going to barbecue hot dogs, I said. They'd be pretty soggy today, April replied. Lefty stood behind the couch, tossing the softball up and catching it in one hand. Sorry, I just got distracted by a notification coming up. You're gonna break the lamp, I warned him. He ignored me, of course. Who else is coming? Aaron asked. Before I could answer, the doorbell rang again. Lefty and I raced to the door. He tripped over his own sneakers and went skidding down the hall on his stomach. So typical. By 2:30, everyone had arrived, 15 kids in all, and the party got started. Well, it didn't really get started because we couldn't decide what to do. I wanted to watch the Terminator movie I'd rented, but the girls wanted to play Twister. It's my birthday, I insisted. We compromised. We played Twister, then we watched some of the Terminator video until it was time to eat. It was a pretty good party. I think everyone had an okay time. Even April seemed to be having fun. She was usually really quiet and nervous looking at parties. Lefty spilled his Coke and ate his slice of chocolate birthday cake with his hands because he thought it was funny. But he wasn't the only animal in the group. Ouch. I told him the only reason he was invited was because he was in the family and there was nowhere else we could stash him. Jesus. He replied by opening his mouth up real wide so everyone could see his chewed up chocolate cake inside. Ugh. After I opened presents, I put the Terminator movie back on, but everyone started to leave. I guess it was about 5 o'clock. It looked much later. It was dark as night outside, still storming. My parents were in the kitchen cleaning up. Aaron and April were the only ones left. Aaron's mother was supposed to pick them up. She called and said she'd be a little late. Whitey was standing at the living room window, barking his head off. I looked outside. I didn't see anyone there. I grabbed him with both hands and wrestled him away from the window. Let's go up to my room, I suggested, when I finally got the dumb dog quiet. I got a new Super Nintendo game I want to try. Aaron and April gladly followed me upstairs. This little kid's for you. Aaron and April gladly followed me upstairs. They didn't like the Terminator movie for some reason. The upstairs hallway was pitch black. I clicked the light switch, but the overhead light didn't come on. The bulb must be burned out, I said. Come on. Wait, I said. My room was at the end of the hall. We made our way slowly through the darkness. It's kind of spooky up here, April said quietly, and just as she said it, the linen closet door swung open, and with a deafening howl, a dark figure leapt out at us. Empress Teresa flashback. Simple Wish, Mara Wilson, Martin Short. That sounds familiar. I don't think I've actually seen it all the way through, though. I think I've just seen commercials for it on other VHSs and feel like I've seen it. About getting the first 5 Harry Potter movies, but only on HD DVD. Everybody's like, oh good, another dog. Oh no, another dog. It's a Cocker Spaniel this time. We've had a lot of Cocker Spaniels. I feel like, oh, that's R.L. Stein's favorite breed. Yeah, haven't missed anything yet, Toonimations. Glad to see you, though. My hair is very thick. Oh god, Amber's Teresa Black. Kid's very full of himself. Let's see what he thinks of his hair once it becomes invisible. Yeah. Really sticking with the we're gonna call you the first physical thing we notice about you school of naming. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's liking this protagonist already. Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to see how it plays. Most of my relatives are left-handed, and my husband is left-handed. I also I am a school psychologist and have ADHD. It's not enough information to make a diagnosis. Yeah, it's not enough information. It's just, so far, it's just a fictional kid with a lot of extra energy, which could be a kid. Could have ADHD. I have ADHD, but I wasn't diagnosed until I was in my 20s, so I don't know what the process of diagnosing a child is. What's with the kid's fascination of hair? Oh, he thinks his hair is his best feature. I don't see anything inherently wrong with that. And yeah, I'm left-handed, and my brother is also left-handed, and no one else in our family is left-handed. So we're just like, how did that happen? 12-year-old is describing his friend in a way most would describe a crush. Right, exactly. Called him Blue Eyes for short. Call him Green Eyes because he has blue eyes. Right. These kids suck at nicknames, yeah. Mouse, Lefty. If we call them by their real names, then they won't have emotional damage later. Maybe. I mean, if they like the nicknames, that's one thing. I had a friend who used to call me Goggles in youth group because of my glasses, which I actually always loved. I did not find that to be an annoying nickname. Once again, everyone in this friend group ducks. Sucks, not ducks. Ducks is better. Hey, Hale. These kids are so annoying. Guess that's little kids for you. I mean, the kids in the I didn't find the kids in Curse of the Mummy's Tomb to be annoying. I thought they were the best protagonists we'd had so far. Watch the dog become invisible and then they call him seen because they call him from the opposite. Right. What's tomorrow's stream? So I'm not sure yet. It's either going to be book number 7 in this series. We could also obviously always read something else from the series, or I might do an editing stream because I think I'm finally ready to do that, and I have a video back catalog that's not super duper long. That might be a good one. Just a regular video of mine. It might be a good one just to show you guys the process if you want. So, you know, we can decide that. Going through a goosebump scenario on your birthday, yeah. Hey kiddo, happy birthday. Have some traumatic, horrifying experiences, you know. Hey Cameron. ADHD pals represent, yes. Join the club, we've got jackets. I say that all the time. I think about Shrek every time. Future book where the 2 boys are friends, yeah. Me and my siblings, I can whistle, but I can't snap. My brother can snap. But I can't whistle, but I can snap my fingers. Oh, that's cute. How can I keep forgetting where I left mine? I'm always losing things. It's the ADHD. This is Mummy's Tomb. Maybe my fave so far on the books. So far, I think Mummy's Tomb is up there with my favorites, too. Do book 7, I'll be extra prepared. Some comments disappear, maybe they became invisible. I'm not seeing any. Hey, Late Horror Show. Welcome. I'm not seeing any comments disappear from my side, but I'll keep an eye. Oh, Nightbot claimed a victim. Wait, who did Nightbot claim? Trauma equals character building. In these books, it does. Oh, Rex got yeeted into the Shadow Realm. Sorry. She regularly gloats. That's great. He's 3 comes and got Nightbotted. Sorry, Nightbot is overzealous. I keep tweaking it, and he's still overzealous because it's the only way to keep actual spam out of the chat. But when you guys get yeeted, it's only for like 5 seconds because the actual spam, it's just gonna, it's not going to be able to rejoin because it's just spam. In real life, it does too. Yeah. We're not far in the book, and Nightbot has already claimed victim. Yeah. Night of the Living Dummy is the first book when I was younger that I actually finished. Aw. I know that I didn't read Night of the Living Dummy because I'm still scared of puppets to this day. I definitely would not have picked up, even for me who liked being scared as a kid, I don't think I would have picked up Night of the Living Dummy. Others I didn't finish until I was older. I know I read some of these, but I don't remember them. So either I didn't finish them or they just didn't resonate with me that much. And now I appreciate them more that I'm older, I guess. I don't know. 21 concurrent viewers. Hello, everybody. Let's get into chapter 2. Let me get a sip of my drink first. As the girls cried out in horror, the howling creature grabbed me around the waist and wrestled me to the floor. Lefty, let go, I screamed angrily. You're not funny. He was laughing like a lunatic. He thought he was a riot. Gotcha, he cried. I got you good. We weren't scared, Aaron insisted. We knew it was you. Then why did you scream? Lefty asked. Aaron didn't have an answer. I would have said just because I was annoyed, not scared. I shoved him off me and climbed to my feet. That was dumb, Lefty. How long were you waiting in the linen closet? April asked. A long time, Lefty told her. He started to get up, but Whitey ran up to him and began furiously licking his face. It tickled so much, Lefty fell onto his back laughing. You scared Whitey, too, I said. No, I didn't. Whitey's smarter than you guys. Lefty pushed Whitey away. Whitey began sniffing at the door across the hall. Where does that door lead, Max? Aaron asked. To the attic, I told her. You have an attic? Aaron cried, like it was some kind of big deal. What's up there? I love attics. Huh? I squinted at her in the dark. Some girls are really weird. I mean, how could anyone love attics? Attics are pretty chill, though. If you got, like, a really sweet, decked-out attic. Just a lot of old junk in that my grandparents left, I told her. The house used to be theirs. Mom and Dad stored a lot of their stuff in the attic. We hardly ever go up there. Is Grandma and Grandpa haunting the mirror? Is that what this is? Can we go up and take a look? Aaron asked. I guess, I said. I don't think it's too big a thrill or anything. I love old junk, Aaron said. But it's so dark, April said softly. I think she was a little scared. I opened the door and reached for the light switch. Just inside, a ceiling light clicked on in the attic. It cast a pale yellow light down as we stared up the steep wooden stairs. See, there's light up there, I told April. I started up the stairs. They creaked under my sneakers. My shadow was really long. You coming? Aaron's mom will be here any minute, April said. We'll just go up for a second, Aaron said. She gave April a gentle push. Come on. Whitey trotted past us as we climbed the stairs. His tail wagged excitedly, his toenails clicking loudly on the wooden steps. About halfway up, the air grew hot and dry. I stepped on the top steps and looked around the room. The attic stretched on both sides. It was one long room filled with old furniture, cardboard cartons, old clothes, fishing rods, stacks of yellow magazines, all kinds of junk. Ooh, it smells so musty, Aaron said, moving past me and taking a few steps into the vast space. She took a deep breath. I love that smell. Erin's so weird, and so far she's my favorite character. You're definitely weird, I told her. Rain drummed loudly against the roof. The sound echoed through the low room. A steady roar. It sounded as if we were inside a waterfall. All four of us began walking around, exploring. Lefty kept tossing his softball against the ceiling rafters, then catching it as it came down. I noticed that April stayed close to Aaron. Whitey was sniffing furiously along the wall. Think there are mice up here? Lefty asked, a devilish grin crossing his face. I saw April's eyes go wide. Big fat mice who love to climb up girls' legs, Lefty teased. I think mice are cute. My kid brother had a great sense of humor. Oh, not a very long chapter. Can we go now? April asked impatiently. She stared back towards the stairway. Look at these old magazines, Aaron exclaimed, ignoring her. She picked one up and started flipping through it. Check this out. The clothes these models are wearing are a riot. Hey, what's Whitey doing? Lefty asked suddenly. I followed his gaze to the far wall. Behind a tall stack of cartons, I could see Whitey's tail wagging, and I could hear him scratching furiously at something. Sorry. Ah. This always happens. Whitey, come, I commanded. Of course he ignored me. He began scratching harder. What are you scratching at? Probably pulling a mouse apart, Lefty suggested. I'm out of here, April exclaimed. Whitey, I called, stepping around an old dining room table. I made my way across the cluttered attic. I quickly saw that he was scratching at the bottom of a door. Hey, look, I called to the others. Whitey found a hidden door. Cool, Aaron cried, hurrying over. Lefty and April were right behind. I didn't know this was up here, I said. We've got to check it out, Aaron urged. Let's see what's on the other side. And that's when the trouble all began. You can understand why I say it was all Whitey's fault, right? If that dumb dog hadn't started sniffing and scratching there, we might never have found the hidden attic room. And we never would have discovered the exciting and frightening secret behind the wooden door. Yawn. It's the reading. Probably. Reading does make you sleepy. But, like, I'm not tired. It's just my brain. It's just like, huh. I have a friend who once told me that a good way to cure yawning, aside from obviously sleeping, is getting water intake, because something about like your brain needs oxygen, and there's oxygen in water. I'm not sure, but it does work. I don't know if it's a placebo or not. Right. Now that song is in my head, guys. No, we need to become invisible. This kid's name is Lefty. His brother calls him Lefty because he's left-handed. They're very creative with nicknames in this family. He called Screamy now as a nickname? Probably. There's Whitey the dog, who is not a white dog, and Mouse, because the girl is short, they call her Mouse. They have Super Nintendo and they wanted to play in the attic? Weird priorities. I know, right? Screamy, Mouse, and Lefty, the most legendary trio. Aaron's right, attics are badass. Yeah, they are. Maybe uncultured. I've never had an attic. Maybe I am. I mean, I guess it depends on the attic. Like, if you have, like, if it's a really old house and they have, like, wooden stairs that go up to it. I'm picturing, like, Home Alone attic where, like, there's a whole, like, it's basically like a finished bedroom up there. Like, I always, like, had this dream as a kid. I always wanted to be like, ooh, and I think this came from watching Cheaper by the Dozen, where, like, one of the kids ends up in the attic because there's so many kids that their room is up in the attic. I've always wanted an attic bedroom. I don't know. It just seems cozy. I've never had an attic like that. I have an attic in this house, but it's just a storage attic. It's not a very impressive attic. Kids care about the other one's house, right? It happens. Bye. I may be back later. Bye. He's got a friend on the other side. Good song. One of my favorite villain songs. Yeah, good luck on your homework, Darth Sidious. Hey. This kid is like, hey, you probably wonder how I got here. Yeah. Jesus Christ, I finally get to sit down. What did I miss? Not much. The kids found this mirror in the attic. That's it. It was a kid's birthday party, and there's him and the two girls and his little brother, and they found a mirror in the attic. Oh, also, this house used to belong to their grandparents. I don't know if the grandparents have passed away or just moved. I assume the implication is passed away. I feel like there's going to be a ghost somewhere in here. I really had an attic, but having a fully furnished basement is great. This is the first home I've lived in that has an actual, like, fully finished basement. And when we moved in, we felt like 1%ers. We never thought we'd live in a house with a whole basement. kid's attic bedroom is cheaper by the dozen was awesome. It had some secret doors. It had secret doors. I think I remember it had like a stained glass window. That was just like every kid's dream. It's also like in the original Hocus Pocus, his bedroom, like he's complaining like, oh, we gotta live in this crummy house. He has like this gorgeous bedroom. Today, Tim Curry as Joker. No, they released it? No, I've always wanted to hear that. I know what I'm doing as soon as I'm getting off stream. I love Tim Curry so much, man. Yeah, I live in the attic. It's nice up here. Much better than the basement. Gets hot in the summer. I'm sure it gets really hot in the summer, but I bet it's great for wintertime. The one where Mark Hamill made his mark as the voice of Joker. Yeah. Mirror is defo haunted. Yeah. Roger is a great husband. He's smart, writes music, can sing, can play music, sense of humor. Oh yeah, Roger from we were talking about 101 Dalmatians on stream last night. Yes, Roger is husband goals for sure. He's great. I've always loved Roger and oh, what is the wife's name? Why am I blanking on her name? Is it Jane? No. I always loved their relationship because it wasn't like magical. It wasn't like anything supernatural. It was just like two normal people that had a healthy marriage. Anita, thank you. Thank you. I can't believe I forgot her name. Literally the year of lost media. Oh, it's a great year for lost media. You have no idea. I have seen the movie Skeleton Key. It terrified me. Saw it as a kid. I have not read A Wrinkle in Time. It got sent to me, though, so I'm sure I'll read it on stream at some point. Just sent you the Tim Curry Joker voice. Thank you. I adore Tim. Everybody knows I adore Tim Curry, but like, oh my God, I've always wanted to see that. There's also this is a piece of lost media that we have not found or seen yet, because I don't think it's technically lost. I just think it's in the vault. Tim Curry apparently did in the 90s a pilot that for a show that didn't get picked up for the Jim Henson Company, where he played like this guy who was like, I think it was like he was a washed up celebrity or something, and he had to go back home and live with his family, and his family were a bunch of Muppets living on this island. So it was literally just going to be a sitcom with Tim Curry and a bunch of Muppets, and I cannot tell you I would do anything, give anything to see that pilot. One day I have faith that we're going to see it. Got to go to Shadowcast Rocky Horror Picture Show for a few nights ago. Always fun time. Yay, I've actually never gone to see a showing of Rocky Horror. I mean, I've obviously seen it, but I've just never seen. Anita. Did I say Anita's name wrong? I did, I apologize. One book if the ghost grandparents were triggered. Yeah. Literally wrote Cruella song, yeah. Ooh, that sounds interesting, Toonie. Why wasn't this picked up right? That's my question. I would give anything. Muppets and Tim, Wednesdays at 6 on ABC, right? We know that this exists, but nobody has seen it. Like, it's just probably locked away in a vault somewhere. And one day I have faith, because we found the Wicked Witch Sesame Street. We're going to find this. We're going to see it. I have faith. And when it does happen, I am going to make a video. I'm going to drop whatever I'm doing and make that video. We Tilting Planet, love the original trilogy. Additional 2 books. So I'm excited to read the first one for the first time. All right. Let's get into chapter 3. Not a long chapter. The Babysitter's Club, certainly not long chapters, not a long book, kids book, but definitely like longer chapters than these books have. And it was throwing me. Okay, so this is 130. Basically, all of the books are almost exactly the same length. Oh, yeah, I'm blanking on her name too. Who found Saban Moon. She's amazing. I absolutely adore her. And yes, she has mad skills. I have seen the Aristocats. I adored Aristocats growing up because I've always loved cats. I always say I still adore it to this day, everything except the racist scene. The racist part. Everything but that. I still enjoy that movie. But that part's fucked up. Alright, chapter 3. Whitey! I knelt down and pulled the dog away from the door. What's your problem, doggy? As soon as I moved him aside, Whitey lost all interest in the door. He trotted off and started sniffing another corner. Talk about your short attention span, but I guess that's the difference between dogs and people. Some of us have really short attention spans anyway. The rain continued to pound down, a steady roar just above our heads. I could hear the wind whistling around the corner of the house. It was a real spring storm. The door had a rusted latch about halfway up. It slid off easily, and the warped wooden door started to swing open before I even pulled at it. The door's hinges squeaked as I pulled the door towards me, revealing solid darkness on the other side. Before I had gotten the door open halfway, Lefty scooted under me and darted into the dark room. A dead body, he shrieked. No, April and Aaron both cried out with squeals of terror, but I knew Lefty's dumb sense of humor. Nice try, Lefty, I said, and followed him through the doorway. Of course, he was just goofing. If there really ends up being a dead body at some point, if this is foreshadowing, I'm going to lose my mind. I found myself in a small, windowless room. The only light came from the pale yellow ceiling light behind us in the center of the attic. Push the door all the way open so the light can get in, I instructed Aaron. I can't see a thing in here. Aaron pushed open the door and slid a carton over to hold it in place. Then she and April crept in to join Lefty and me. It's too big to be a closet, Aaron said, her voice sounding even squeakier than usual. So what is it? Just a room, I guess, I said, still waiting for my eyes to adjust to the dim light. I took another step. I'm laughing because I'm literally, everybody knows my recording room is a big closet. I took another step into the room, and as I did, a dark figure stepped toward me. I screamed and jumped back. The other person jumped back too. It's a mirror, dork, Lefty said, and started to laugh. Instantly, all four of us were laughing. Nervous, high-pitched laughter. It was a mirror in front of us. In the pale yellow light filtering into the small square room, I could see it clearly now. It was a big, rectangular mirror, about 2 feet taller than me. With a dark wood frame, it rested on a wooden base. I moved closer to it, and my reflection moved once again to greet me. To my surprise, the reflection was clear. No dust on the glass, despite the fact that no one had been in here in ages. I stepped in front of it and started to check out my hair. Of course he did. I mean, that's what mirrors are for, right? Who would put a mirror in a room all by itself? Aaron asked. I could see her dark reflection in the mirror a few feet behind me. Maybe it's a valuable piece of furniture or something, I said, reaching into my jeans pocket for my comb. He's got a comb in it. Of course he does. Like Fonzie. You know, an antique. Did your parents put it up here? Aaron asked. I don't know, I replied. Maybe it belonged to my grandparents. I just don't know. I ran the comb through my hair a few times. Can we go now? This isn't too thrilling, April said. She was still lingering reluctantly in the doorway. Maybe it was a carnival mirror, Lefty said, pushing me out of the way and making faces into the mirror, bringing his face just inches from the glass. You know, one of those funhouse mirrors that make your body look all like it's shaped like an egg. You're already shaped like an egg, I joked. Ouch! Pushing him aside. No body shaming. It's not cool. Don't do that. At least your head is. No, calling your... I don't even know. Don't make fun of your brother. like being the absentee parent for these kids. You're a rotten egg, he snapped back. You stink. I peered into the mirror. Kids have the funniest comebacks, don't they? They just have, like, the lamest comebacks, and they say them with so much conviction. I peered into the mirror. I looked perfectly normal, not distorted at all. Hey, April, come in, I urged. You're blocking most of the light. Can we just leave, she asked, whining. Reluctantly, she moved from the doorway, taking a few small steps into the room. Who cares about an old mirror, anyway? Hey, look, I said, pointing. I had spotted a light attached to the top of the mirror. It was oval-shaped, made of brass or some other kind of metal. The bulb was long and narrow, almost like a fluorescent bulb, only shorter. I gazed up at it, trying to figure out, in the dim light, how do you turn it on, I wonder? There's a chain, Aaron said, coming up beside me. Sure enough, a slender chain descended from the right side of the lamp, hanging down about a foot from the top of the mirror. Wonder if it works, I said. The bulb's probably dead, Lefty remarked. Good old Lefty, always an optimist. Only one way to find out, I said, standing on tiptoes. I stretched my hand up to the chain. Be careful, April warned. Huh? It's just a light, I told her. Famous last words. I reached up, missed, tried again. I grabbed at the chain on the second try and pulled. The light came on with a startlingly bright flash. Then it dimmed down to normal light. Very white light that reflected brightly in the mirror. Hey, that's better, I exclaimed. It lights up the whole room. Pretty bright, huh? No one said anything. I said, pretty bright, huh? Still silence from my companions. I turned around and was surprised to find looks of horror on all three of their faces. Max? Lefty cried, staring hard at me, his eyes practically popping out of his head. Max, where are you? Aaron cried. She turned to April. Where'd he go? I'm right here, I told them. I haven't moved. But we can't see you, April cried. So they can hear him. I thought it was going to be that they also couldn't hear him when he was invisible, which would complicate things a little bit. Yeah, the Spawn Moon Duck was dope. Peter Parker and the Avengers. Earth. Came Spider. Interesting. I didn't know that. I love the Aristocats. I know. The Addams Family. Hey, Laser. You didn't miss it over an hour of the book story because it took me a few minutes to get everything working and to get on, and then I was just talking to chat. You've only missed 3 chapters. Basically, the kids have found a magic mirror that turns them invisible in their grandparents' old attic. And my theory is that the grandparents are haunting it. Good day, you're in chat. Missed like over an hour of books. Yeah, you haven't missed that much. I think that's too good of foreshadowing for a Goosebumps novel, but I'll eat my hat if it actually does pay off later, right? I think you're right. Tony, welcome. Unironically calling annoying people buttheads and jerk face. As an adult is always a fun time. We should bring it back. No good, dirty, rotten scoundrel as well. Yeah, I love insults that are not very, very insulting. There's something about it that just makes it hurt more. If you get called like a really lame insult, it's just like, what did I do to deserve this? I feel like it's a band name. I'm not sure. Upside, though, we're at plot, only 3 chapters in already. Yeah, Monster Blood was the only one that really had, like, a serious plot issue. Curse of the Mummy's Tomb didn't have great pacing, but it still wasn't as bad as Monster Blood, and the overall story was entertaining, so we kind of looked past it. But Monster Blood was bad. It was real bad. Mirrors or portals. Yep, they say, that's what they say. Horrorland is a pretty dope TV episode. It really is. That was a fun video to make. I enjoy always making Goosebump videos. Which is good, because I've made a lot of them, but I have a lot more to make. Let's see. Short chapters, gotta love it. You should have seen me walking around at Goodwill with a stack of, like, middle grade books and just getting looks from, like, everyone. Just being like, what the hell? All 3 of them were staring in my direction when their eyes bulging and looking... let me try that again. All three of them were staring in my direction with their eyes bulging and looks of horror still on their faces. But I could tell they were goofing. Give me a break, guys, I said. I'm not as stupid as I look. No way I'm falling for your dumb joke. But Max, Lefty insisted, we're serious. We can't see you, Aaron repeated. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Suddenly, the light started to hurt my eyes. It seemed to grow brighter. It was shining right in my face. Shielding my eyes with one hand, I reached up with the other hand and pulled the chain. The light went out, but the white glare stayed with me. I tried to blink it away, but I still saw large, bright spots before my eyes. Hey, you're back, Lefty cried. He stepped up and grabbed my arm and squeezed it, as if he were testing it, making sure I was real or something. What's your problem? I snapped. I was starting to get angry. I didn't fall for your dumb joke, Lefty, so why keep it up? To my surprise, Lefty didn't back away. He held onto my arm as if he were afraid to let go. Poor kid. We weren't joking, Max, Aaron insisted in a low voice. We really couldn't see you. It must have been the light in the mirror, April said. She was pressed against the wall next to the doorway. It was so bright, I think it was just an optical illusion or something. It wasn't an optical illusion, Aaron told her. I was standing right next to Max, and I couldn't see him. He was invisible, Lefty added solemnly. I laughed. You guys are trying to scare me, I said, and you're doing a pretty good job of it. You scared us, Lefty exclaimed. He let go of my arm and stepped up to the mirror. I followed his gaze. There I am, I said, pointing to my reflection. A strand of hair was poking up in the back of my head. I carefully slicked it down. Let's get out of here, April pleaded. Lefty started to toss his softball up, studying himself in the mirror. Erin made her way around the back of the mirror. It's too dark back here. I can't see anything, she said. She stepped around the front, stared up at the oval-shaped lamp on top. You disappeared as soon as you pulled the chain on the lamp. You're really serious, I said. For the first time, I began to believe they weren't joking. You were invisible, Max, Aaron said. Poof, you were gone. She's right, Lefty agreed, tossing the softball up and catching it, admiring his form in the mirror. It was just an optical illusion, April insisted. Why are you guys making such a big deal about it? It wasn't, Aaron insisted. He clicked on the light, then he disappeared in a flash, Lefty said. He dropped the softball. It bounced loudly on the hardwood floor, then rolled behind the mirror. He hesitated for a few seconds, then he went after it, diving for the ball in the darkness. A few seconds later, he came running back. You really were invisible, Max, he said. Really? Aaron added. Really? Aaron added. My voice just cracked, staring hard at me. Prove it, I told them. Let's go, April pleaded. She had moved to the doorway and was standing half in, half out of the room. What do you mean, prove it? Aaron asked, talking to my dark reflection in the mirror. Show me, I said. You mean do what you did? Aaron asked, turning to talk to the real me. Yeah, I said. You go invisible too, just like I did. Aaron and Lefty stared at me. Lefty's mouth dropped open. This is dumb, April called from behind us. I'll do it, Lefty said. He stepped up to the mirror. I pulled him back by the shoulders. Not you, I said. You're too young. He tried to pull out of my grasp, but I held on to him. How about you, Aaron? I urged, wrapping my arms around Lefty's waist to keep him back from the mirror. She shrugged. Okay, I'll try, I guess. Lefty stopped struggling to get away. I loosened my grip a little. We watched Aaron step in front of the mirror. Her reflection stared back at her, dark and shadowy. She stood on her tiptoes, reached up, and grabbed the lamp chain. She glanced over at me and smiled. Here goes, she said. Do-do-do. It's some bullshit they tell you how it is. It's true. It's very true. Some special effects. Goosebumps, very good. Yeah. Date on the candies I mailed last night. Oh, thank you. Lost somebody's comment. I don't know how I keep losing comments. But thank you, everybody, for leaving nice comments. Chai tea caramel and pumpkin spice toffee brittle. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Never had a mirror in my room. They make glass out of sand. I learned that from Sweet Home Alabama when I was a kid. Stock up on research material for my first children's book. Aw, that's cute. Oh, that's so cool. So cute. Off lights in the attic. I always say I never understood the fear of like mirrors or doppelgangers for that matter until I saw Us, and then ever since then sometimes I just have random flashbacks and I'm just like, oh boy. My work shift and I just got so tired. I'm sorry. I know I'm like, my sleep schedule is so messed up because I've been working really late nights, but like I've been also hitting this weird wall. Like genuinely, like while we were reading was it Say Cheese and Die? I think it was Say Cheese and Die that we were reading, and I genuinely thought I was about to fall asleep on stream. Like I genuinely had moments where I like felt like I was drifting into that state of dreaming, and I was just like, oh my god, if I fall asleep on stream, that's like something I'm never gonna hear the end of. What time zone am I in? Eastern Standard. I live in Atlanta. All right, let's just keep going. Keep on keeping on. All right. The chain slipped from Erin's hand. She reached up and grabbed it again. It was just about to tug at it when a woman's voice interrupted from downstairs. Erin, are you up there? April? I recognized the voice. Erin's mom. Yeah, we're up here, Erin shouted. She let go of the chain. Hurry down, we're late, her mom called. What are you doing up in the attic anyway? Nothing, Erin called down. She turned to me and shrugged. Good, I'm out of here, April exclaimed, and hurried to the stairway. We all followed her down, clumping noisily down the creaking wooden stairs. What were you doing up there? My mom asked when we were all in the living room. It's so dusty in that attic, it's a wonder you're not filthy. We were just hanging out, I told her. We were playing with an old mirror, Lefty said. It was kind of neat. Playing with a mirror? Erin's mom flashed my mom a bewildered glance. See you guys, Erin said, pulling her mom out the door. Great party, Max. Yeah, thanks, April added. They headed out the front door. The rain had finally stopped. I stood at the screen door and watched them step around the puddles on the walk as they made their way to the car. When I turned back into the living room, Lefty was tossing the softball up to the ceiling, trying to catch it behind his back. He missed the ball. It bounced up from the floor onto an end table, where it knocked over a large vase of tulips. Great! What a crash! The vase shattered. Tulips were flying. All the water poured down onto the carpet. Mom tossed up her hands and said something silently up to the sky the way she always does when she's very pushed out of shape about something. Then she really got on Lefty's case. She started screaming. How many times have I told you not to throw the ball in the house? Stuff like that. She kept it up for quite a while. Lefty shrank into a corner and tried to make himself tinier and tinier. He kept saying he was sorry, but Mom was yelling so loud, I don't think she heard him. Ah, yes, great parenting, as again seen in Goosebumps. I bet Lefty wanted to be invisible right at that moment, but he had to stand and take his punishment. Then, he and I helped clean up the mess. A few minutes later, I saw him tossing the softball up in the living room again. That's the thing about Lefty, he never learns. I didn't think about the mirror again for a couple of days. I got busy with school and other stuff, rehearsing for the spring concert. I'm only in the chorus, but I still have to go to every rehearsal. I saw Aaron and April in school a lot, but neither of them mentioned the mirror. I guess maybe it slipped their minds too. Or maybe we all just shut it out of our minds? It was kind of scary, if you stop to think about it. I mean, if you believed what they said happened. Then, that Wednesday night, I couldn't get to sleep. I was lying there, staring up at the ceiling, watching the shadows sway back and forth. I tried counting sheep, tried shutting my eyes real tight and counting backwards from 1,000. But I was really keyed up for some reason, not at all sleepy. A+ parenting, I see, right? Suddenly, I found myself thinking about the mirror up in the attic. What was it doing up there? I asked myself. Why was it closed up in that hidden room with the door carefully latched? Who did it belong to? My grandparents? If so, why would they hide it in that tiny room? I wondered if Mom and Dad even knew it was up there. I started thinking about what had happened on Saturday after my birthday party. I pictured myself standing in front of the mirror, combing my hair, then reaching for the chain, pulling it. The flash of bright light as the lamp went on, and then... Did I see my reflection in the mirror after the light went on? I couldn't remember. Did I see myself at all? My hands? My feet? I couldn't remember. It was a joke, I said aloud, lying in my bed, kicking the covers off me. Had to be a joke. Lefty was always playing dumb jokes on me, trying to make me look bad. My brother was a joker. He'd always been a joker. He was never serious, never. So what made me think it was serious now? Because Aaron and April had agreed with him? Before I realized, I had climbed out of bed. Only one way to find out if they were serious or not, I told myself. I searched the darkness for my bedroom slippers. The kid has bedroom slippers, okay. I buttoned my pajama shirt, which had come undone from all my tossing and turning. Then, as silent as I could be, I crept into the hallway. The house was dark except for the tiny nightlight down by the floor just outside, Lefty's bedroom. Lefty was the only one in the family who ever got up in the middle of the night. He insisted on having a nightlight in his room and one in the hall, even though I made fun of him about it as often as I could. I still have a horrible fear of darkness, and I still have a nightlight. I have a nightlight. I have like a glow-in-the-dark or a light-up, what's the word, clock. You guys have seen it in the background of the floor videos. Now I was grateful for the light as I made my way on tiptoe to the attic stairs. Even though I was being so careful, the floorboards squeaked under my feet. It's just impossible not to make noise in an old house like this. I stopped and held my breath, listening hard. I listened for any sign that I had been heard. Silence. Taking a deep breath, I opened the attic door, fumbled around till I found the light switch, and clicked on the attic light. Then I made my way slowly up the steep stairs, leaning all my weight onto the banister, trying my hardest not to make the stairs creak. It seemed to take forever to get all the way up. Finally, I stopped at the top step and gazed around, letting my eyes adjust to the yellow glare of the ceiling light. The attic was hot and stuffy. The air was so dry, it made my nose burn. I had a sudden urge to turn around and go back. But then my eyes stopped at the doorway to the small, hidden room. In our hurry to leave, we had left the door wide open. Staring at the darkness beyond the open doorway, I stepped onto the landing and made my way quickly across the cluttered floor. The floorboards creaked and groaned beneath me, but I barely heard them. I was drawn to the open doorway, drawn to the mysterious room as if being pulled by a powerful magnet. I had to see this tall mirror again. I had to examine it, study it closely. I had to know the truth about it. I stepped into the small room without hesitating and walked up to the mirror. I paused for a moment and studied my shadowy reflection in the glass. My hair was totally messed up, but I didn't care. I stared at myself, stared into my eyes, then I took a step back to get a different view. The mirror reflected my entire body from head to foot. There wasn't anything special about the reflection. It wasn't distorted or weird in any way. The fact that it was such a normal reflection helped to calm me. I hadn't realized it, but my heart was fluttering like a nervous butterfly. My hands and feet were cold as ice. Chill out, Max, I whispered to myself, watching myself whisper in the dark mirror. I did a funny little dance for my own benefit, waving my hands above my head and shaking my whole body. Nothing special about this mirror, I said aloud. I reached out and touched it. The glass felt cool, despite the warmth of the room. I ran my hand along the glass until I reached the frame. Then I let my hand wander up and down the wooden frame. It also felt smooth and cool. It's just a mirror, I thought, finally feeling more relaxed. Just an old mirror that someone stored up here a long ago and forgot about. Still holding onto the frame, I walked around to the back. It was too dark to see clearly, but it didn't seem too interesting back here. Well, I might as well turn on the light at the top, I thought. I returned to the front of the mirror. Standing just inches back from it, I began to reach up for the lamp chain when I saw something caught my eye. Oh, I cried out as I saw two eyes down low in the mirror, two eyes staring out at me. Yeesh. I think it's just my fear of darkness, but that whole scene just gave me the creeps. I don't know why. Let's see. Well, someone called CPS like yesterday. Yeah. I remember the episode being one of my favorite. I don't remember the episode even. I don't remember any of this. I know I didn't read this book either. It's sad that a lot of parents don't realize that yelling at your kids is abusive, just like any other kind of abuse, right? Like, I hate that. But all R.L. Stein, he looks like a bird, we call him Bird. He's left-handed, we call him Lefty. His face looks like a dog, we call him Rover. This child never heard of storage. No. Good parents water those. I have a lamp nightlight. Yeah. I don't think there's anything weird about it. I see fear of darkness as a very understandable fear, and it's because it's my biggest phobia, but like, I don't understand the people being like, oh, you'll grow out of fear of darkness. It's like, if there was a fear that you had, aren't there like darkness feels like a very like rational fear to me, because it's like, you can't see. When you can't see your surroundings, I feel like it's natural to be uneasy. Never listen to me. Why can't you ever just behave like you're told? Also, parents in these books let their kid dehydrate and call them a baby for being thirsty. Right? That one took the cake. That was a lot. Hating on bedroom slippers. I just don't know a 12-year-old that has them. It feels like a very like sophisticated person thing to do. I have to sleep in absolute darkness, but my dad has a blue canary nightlight in his office because white people lights, and I love that little thing. Aw. I feel bad for him saying there is nothing special about his reflection. I get what he means, but it can be taken in a sad, self-depreciating way. Yeah, it is sad. That's why I don't personally get annoyed with his like I like my hair thing, because it's like I think it's good, especially for children, but for everybody to be able to recognize things that they like about themselves, because we naturally recognize things that we don't like about ourselves. But if you can get in that habit early of being like, I like this about myself, then it's going to be easier as you get older. Not afraid of the dark. Would I still keep night lights? being able to see shit when I wake up in the middle of the night. Exactly. The uncle in the last book was more responsible parent than the kid's actual parents. Right, and he also let them play in, like, tombs. So, like, I think that's, like, I love the uncle in that book, but yeah, it is funny that he's the best we've gotten so far. Step 3 phobias: clowns, dogs, and needles. Ooh. Conquered them, but darkness is a different story. LOL, yeah. Good for you for conquering those fears, though. Darkness is rough for me, but again, different than what most people mean, because, like, auditory hallucinations be a bitch and you can't see things. I imagine that's difficult, yeah. Thus I keep my ring light on my desk most nights. Yeah, I think my fear of dark just comes from, I've had night terrors as long as I can remember, so I've had a lot of experiences of, like, waking up in the dark being terrified. So I think, especially since that started really young in my life, I think my brain has associated dark spaces with anxiety. So, like, if I'm put into dark spaces, I will just start, it can trigger panic attacks. It can be very intense. Like, randomly losing power in the middle of a bad storm, which we're gonna get bad storms, so if we lose power, this could get interesting. Yeah, it can be a lot. My fear of darkness, but consistent in my fear of tripping over black in the middle of my path. Yeah, I'm consistent in my fear of darkness. If I know that I'm about to go into a dark space, I can psych myself up for it a little bit, but, like, I'm never comfortable in a dark space, you know? Yeah, that we pictured that uncle to be Brendan Fraser. He's gone on record. It is Fraser. I don't want to say it wrong. But yeah, I need to cover Brendan Fraser movies, right? That we always have to be humble. If you like something, then you're called self-centered. Exactly. And it's like, yeah, you can be self-centered. Like, if you're all about yourself all the time, literally what centering yourself all the time, but, like, I think we need to teach kids more that, like, being like, yeah, I like this about myself. Like, that's not conceited. That's just being fair to yourself, I think. Ooh, like sleep paralysis. I've only had sleep paralysis twice in my life, but it was terrifying both times. I'm afraid of ketchup, and it was no joke. Ooh, that's interesting. Pantophobia. What is pantophobia? If musical slaps. Nice. I can see why that would be awfully stress-inducing. Back what happened. So he's sneaking through the house in the middle of the night to go check the mirror to see if it turns him invisible. I assume it does. Is the lamp, I must have just missed, or not missed, but didn't quite understand this part. Is the light attached to the lamp? Like, this is obviously the lamp, but, like, is it attached or is it just in front of? Usually fine if I'm not alone. It is easier when you're not alone. You need to cover bisexuality, the movie, aka The Mummy. Yes, of course I do. That's a movie that, again, when I first got on YouTube, everybody was covering it, so I was like, nobody needs to hear from me talking about it. And then, like, now I'm just like, fuck it, I need to talk about The Mummy because I need to talk about The Mummy. Grocery store, so, like, no judgment. I panic at the airport. I'm more scared of, like, missing my flight or getting lost in the airport than I am of actually flying. Light is a part of the mirror. Okay. Oof. Yeah, I don't have a ton of experience with sleep paralysis, but I know it's a bitch. I'm very sorry. I'm so glad that I've never had sleep paralysis. I have enough things going on in my brain to make sleep difficult, right? I'll come back to chat in a second. I'm just putting a bookmark in chat so that I can get another chapter read. Trying to teach myself to be more diligent with time. Chapter 6. I'll pull up my OBS because I keep trying to preview it in the little corner, and that's not super up to date ever, so it's better to just be able to see it here. My breath caught in my throat. I peered down into the dark reflection. The two eyes peered up at me, dark and evil eyes. Uttering a cry of panic, I turned away from the mirror. Lefty! I cried. My voice came out shrill and tight, as if someone were squeezing my throat. He grinned at me from just inside the doorway. I realized that it had been Lefty's eyes reflected in the mirror. I ran over to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. You scared me to death, I half screamed, half whispered. His grin grew wider. You're stupid, he said. That's this kid's catchphrase. I wanted to strangle him. My parents wouldn't let us say stupid, and I actually think that makes sense. Don't call people stupid. I wanted to strangle him. He thought it was a riot. Why'd you sneak up behind me? I demanded, giving him a shove back against the wall. He shrugged. Well, what are you doing up here anyway? I sputtered. I could still see those dark eyes staring out at me in the mirror. So creepy. I heard you, he explained, leaning back against the wall, still grinning. I was awake. I heard you walk past my room, so I followed you. Well, you shouldn't be up here, I snapped. Neither should you, he snapped back. Go back downstairs and go to bed, I said. My voice was finally returning to normal. I tried to sound as if I meant business. But Lefty didn't move. Make me, he said. Another classic argument winner. I mean it, I insisted. Go back to bed. Make me, he repeated nastily. I'll tell Mom and Dad you're up here, he added. I hate being threatened, and he knows it. That's why he threatens me every hour of the day. Sometimes I just wish I could pound him. But we live in a non-violent family. Yeah, just verbal abuse in this family. No physical violence. That's what Mom and Dad say every time Lefty and I get into a fight. Break it up, you two. We live in a non-violent family. Sometimes non-violence can be real frustrating. Know what I mean? No, I've never thought, wow, I really want to beat somebody up. Probably not a good habit to have. This was one of those times, but I could see that I wasn't going to get rid of Lefty so easily. He was determined to stay up in the attic with me and see what I was doing with the mirror. My heart had finally slowed down to normal. I was starting to feel calmer, so I decided to stop fighting with him and let him stay. I turned back to the mirror. Luckily, there wasn't another pair of eyes in there staring at me. What are you doing? Lefty demanded, stepping up behind me, his arms still crossed over his chest. Just checking out the mirror, I told him. You're going to go invisible again. He asked. You're going to go invisible again? He asked. I didn't see the question mark at first. He was standing right behind me, and his breath smelled sour, like lemons. Ugh. I turned and shoved him back a few steps. Get out of my face, he said. Your breath stinks. That started another stupid argument, of course. I was sorry I had ever come up here. I should have stayed in bed, I realized. Finally, I persuaded him to stand a foot away from me, a major victory. Yawning, I turned back to the mirror. I was starting to feel sleepy. Maybe it was because of the heat of the attic. Maybe it was because I was tired. That just made me yawn thinking about it. Maybe it was because it was really late at night. Oh, wait. Maybe it was because of the heat of the attic. Maybe it was because I was tired of arguing with my dopey brother. Or maybe it was because it was really late at night and I was tired. I'm going to turn on the light, I told him, reaching for the chain. Tell me if I go invisible again. No, he shoved his way next to me again. I want to try it too. No way, I insisted, shoving back. Yes, way. He pushed me hard. I pushed back. Then I had a better idea. How about if we both stand in front of the mirror and I pull the light chain? Okay, go ahead. Standing an inch in front of the hang on. Brain, read. Standing an inch in front of it, practically nose to nose with his reflection. Lefty stiffened until he was standing at attention. He looked ridiculous, especially in those awful green pajamas. I stepped up beside him. Here goes nothing, I said. I stretched my hand up, grabbed the light chain, and pulled. I'm not dyslexic, but sometimes when I'm reading, I'm like, maybe I am a demigod. You know how like their brains are wired for Greek mythology, so they have they struggle. They have dyslexia because they struggle to read. think when I get nightmares, I have myself stuffed animal nearby and hug it. Yeah, I have. It's called. You guys have seen it on this channel before. The Anxiety Fox. I got it. It's from an independent artist. She draws these little doodles of foxes, and she calls them the Anxiety Foxes. And the Anxiety Fox plushies are made out of this like special foam that's like it's meant for you to be able to squeeze it and for it to like bounce right back. So you can squeeze it in a panic attack. It's really cute. It's horror shows like the new Are You Afraid of the Dark at Midnight Club. I have not watched either of those. No, I would like to though. Big issues under my bed in mid-late teens. I made it come. Now they're nice night. Yeah, you just have to befriend the monsters. That's the trick. The grocery store panic. I used to be extremely worried about interacting with cashiers. Ooh, I get so anxious having to interact with. I get anxious around like anything that involves eye contact, but especially when I'm like a customer of somebody, I just feel like I'm inconveniencing them, and I just feel so bad. The airport sucks. Well, being from Atlanta, our airport is like the busiest in the world. So it's a real, the good thing is once you fly out of there, every time you fly, you will never find an airport that's more hectic. And any suspicious descriptions from the main characters? Honestly, I ship it. No, he said that he has a crush on the one girl, Erin. But I think, you know, I think this could obviously be a bicon situation. Had sleep paralysis twice. I never had the demons that people say they see first time. Just to somehow paralyze myself in my sleep. It's terrifying being like conscious but not being able to move. It's a very scary feeling. I wonder what the psychology is about like everybody seeing like really similar things, like with their sleep paralysis and stuff like that. Setting, but usually weirdly mundane. Finding Kate or someone I know to be with me and talking to you will wake up. It's like every book they're in danger. I mean, it's a kids series, and it's a horror kids series, so by nature the kids are going to be put in danger. You know, just the way that works. Well, see, I love roller coasters, but I'm terrified of heights, so figure that one out because I can't. I think it's just that roller coasters, the adrenaline is like a fun experience, and like I'm going too fast to be thinking about how high up I am. Yeah, right. Yeah, these parents definitely subscribe to verbal abuse is the best abuse. Good night, Texas. The concept of the phobias we can't trace back to. I think it's an interesting thought. I'm agnostic, so I'm just one of those people that's like very open to any potential explanation. I think it's fascinating because I grew up in organized religion, so like I wasn't allowed to learn about other people's beliefs. So now I'm just an adult and I'm just like, this is chill. It's learning about everybody's different beliefs. Demigod, I'm down for reading Percy Jackson next. I will have to read Percy Jackson soon. I don't know when, but I own all the books, so we're definitely going to do it. I call it canon. He's by. Ever cover SpongeBob? I should. I didn't really get to watch a lot of SpongeBob as a kid. I mostly just watched it when I would go over to my cousin's house. So most episodes I haven't seen. But I would love to cover it. One of those things. Same thing with Courage the Cowardly Dog. Never watched it as a kid. Probably because my mom thought it was too scary, and she probably was right. But it's fun to be able to cover it as an adult and like be able to appreciate it, you know. kicks door down. Percy Jackson, you say? We'll definitely have to do Percy Jackson at some point. And series of unfortunate events. All right, chapter 7, another short chapter, hell yeah. The light on the top of the mirror flashed. Ow, I cried out. The light was so bright it hurt my eyes. Then it quickly dimmed and my eyes started to adjust. I turned to Lefty and started to say something. I don't remember what it was. It completely flew out of my mind when I realized that Lefty was gone. Lefty? I stammered. I'm right here, he replied. His voice sounded nearby, but I couldn't see him. Max, where are you? You can't see me? I cried. No, Lefty said. No, I can't. I could smell his sour breath, so I knew he was there. But he was invisible, gone, out of sight. So they weren't putting me on. Aaron, April, and Lefty had been telling me the truth on Saturday after my birthday party. I really had gone invisible. And now I was invisible again along with my brother. Hey, Max. His voice sounded tiny, shaky. This is weird. Yeah, it's weird, okay? I agreed. You really can't see me, Lefty? No. And I can't see myself, he said. The mirror. I had forgotten to check out the mirror. Did I have a reflection? I turned and stared into the mirror. The light was pouring down from the top of the frame, casting a bright square glare. A bright glare, not square glare, over the glass. Squinting into the glare, I saw nothing. No me. No Lefty. Just the reflection of the wall behind us and the open doorway leading to the rest of the attic. We don't have any reflections, I said. It's kind of cool, Lefty remarked. He grabbed my arm. I jumped in surprise. Hey, I cried. It felt creepy to be grabbed by an invisible person. Yeah, I can imagine. I grabbed him back. I tickled his ribs. He started to laugh. We still have our bodies, I said. We just can't see them. He tried to tickle me, but I danced away from him. Where'd you go? He called, sounding frightened again. Try and find me, I teased, backing towards the wall. I can't, he said shakily. Come back over here, okay? No way, I said. I don't want to be tickled. I won't, Lefty swore. I promise. I stepped back in front of the mirror. Are you here? Lefty asked timidly. Yeah, I'm right beside you. I can smell your bad breath, I told him. And he started to tickle me again, the little liar. We wrestled around for a bit. It was just as strange wrestling with someone. It was just so strange wrestling with someone you couldn't see. Finally, I pushed him away. I wonder if we could go downstairs and still be invisible, I said. I wonder if we could leave the house like this. And go spy on people, Lefty suggested. Yeah, I said. I yawned. I was starting to feel a little strange. We could go spy on girls and stuff. Whoa. What? What? Huh? That was a jump. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. Cool, Lefty replied. Remember that old movie Mom and Dad were watching on TV? I asked him. About the ghosts who kept appearing and disappearing all the time? They had a lot of fun scaring people. You know, playing jokes on them, driving them crazy. But we're not ghosts, Lefty replied, in a trembling voice. I think the idea of kind of frightened him. It frightened me, too. Could we go back to normal now? Lefty asked. I don't feel right. Me either, I told him. I was just feeling very light, kind of fluttery, just weird. How can we get back right away? He asked. Well, the last time I just pulled the chain, I clicked on the light off. I clicked the light off and I was back. That's all it took. We'll do it, Lefty urged impatiently. Right now, okay? Yeah, okay. I started to feel kind of dizzy. Light, as if I could float away or something. I thought he already said that. I guess it was just similar to what he said. Hurry, Lefty said. I could hear him breathing hard. I reached up and grabbed the light chain. No problem, I told him. We'll be back in a second. I pulled the chain. The light went out, but Lefty and I did not return. Oof. Oh, this is a longer chapter. Oh, this is a longer chapter. What the hell? All of a sudden we just have it's only 12 pages, but after like 2 and 3 page chapters, it's like, oh, okay. You got like a long chapter coming up. I'm kind of in a similar boat. I'm ex-Catholic, now vaguely pagan, kind of witch vibes, but not officially. Yeah, I get that. Like, spiritual, but not subscribed to one, like, organized religion. I feel that, too. That took a turn, right? And go spy on his guy friend. Don't spy on anyone. Man, there's an episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog I can never watch again, and it's Cat's Motel. Like, that episode is a whole lot of hell no for me. So what you're saying is that's the one I should cover first? No, I'm just kidding. I won't do that to you. But I probably will in the future forget that that's the one that you said, and then you might have to just skip that video. Well, you can also cover the Percy Jackson ripoff, The Curse of Hera. Well, hopefully either I can send you the book to you, or I could... Alright. Yeah, I'll look for one. I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, Percy Jackson knockoff book sounds really fun. But yeah, I'll try to add it to the collection if I can. I'm pretty good at tracking things down, but it sometimes just takes a while. Hang on, I have to send a text really quick. Apologies. Talk amongst yourself. Feels quiet. I feel very quiet. I panic. Find it on Amazon? Okay, cool. I'll look there. When was it released? I know. Phone, I know. I don't type very fast. I type like an old person. Sometime after 2005, I guess. Okay, cool. I was trying to figure out, is this like a more recent thing, or was it literally like in the aftermath of Percy Jackson being popular, everybody wanted to capitalize thing? Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm back. I just needed to tell Natasha that, unlike previously believed, the video that we did, the next Whodunit video, is not going out tonight. It's going out tomorrow morning. Just so that I didn't want her to like wait up for it if it wasn't going to be posted. All right, let's get into this kind of long haul chapter. 12 pages is kind of a lot for a kid's book. Guys, I found pretty much the entirety of that series of books with the Hardy Boys where they're working for ATAC, American Teens Against Crime, the one that gets referenced in the Nancy Drew games when they're in it, the one that explains why they have one cell phone between the two of them. I am so excited. You have a copy of Love Actually? I think I do. I think I have a copy of Love Actually. I'll check, though. It's been a while since I watched Love Actually. All right. Chapter 8. Welcome back, Patrick. Max, I can't see you, Lefty whined. I know, I replied quietly. I felt so frightened. I had chills running down my back. Chills that wouldn't stop. I can't see you either. What happened? Lefty cried. I could feel him tug at my invisible arm. I don't know, I stammered. It worked before. I clicked off the light, and I was back. I gazed into the mirror. No reflection. Nothing. Not me. Not Lefty. I stood there, staring at the spot where our reflection should be, frozen with fear. I was glad Lefty couldn't see me because I wouldn't want him to see how frightened I looked. Try it again, Max, he whined. Please, hurry. Okay, I said. Just try to stay calm, okay? Stay calm? How? Lefty wailed. What if we never get back? What if no one can ever see us again? I suddenly felt so sick, my stomach just sort of heaved. Get a grip, I told myself. You've got to keep it together, Max, for Lefty's sake. Big sibling energy. I stretched up for the light chain, but it seemed to be out of my reach. I tried again. Missed. And then suddenly, I was back, and so was Lefty. We could see each other, and we could see our reflections in the mirror. We're back, we both shouted in unison. And then we both fell on the floor laughing. We were so relieved, so happy. Shh! I grabbed Lefty and shoved my hand over his mouth. I just remembered it was the middle of the night. If Mom and Dad catch us up here, they'll kill us, I warned, whispering. Why did it take so long for us to come back? Lefty asked, turning serious. Gazing at his reflection. I shrugged. Beats me. I thought about it. Maybe if you stay invisible longer, it takes longer for you to get back, I suggested. Huh? What do you mean? The first time I was invisible, I told him, it was only for a few seconds, and I came back instantly as soon as I clicked on the light. But tonight, we stayed invisible a lot longer, so it took longer to come back. I get it, Lefty said. You're not as dumb as you look, I said, yawning. You are, he snapped back. Feeling totally exhausted, I started to lead the way out of the tiny room, motioning for Lefty to follow me, but he hesitated, glancing back at his reflection in the mirror. We have to tell Mom and Dad about the mirror, he whispered thoughtfully. No way, I told him. No way we're telling them. If we tell them about it, they'll take it away. They won't let us use it. They stared at me thoughtfully. I'm not sure I want to use it, he said softly. Well, I do, I said, turning on the doorway and looking back at it. I want to use it just one more time. What for? Lefty asked, yawning. To scare Zach, I said, grinning. To scare Zach. I see how it is. Zach couldn't come over until Saturday. As soon as he arrived, I wanted to take him up to the attic and give him a demonstration of the mirror's powers. Mainly, I wanted to scare the life out of him. But Mom insisted that we sit down for lunch first. Canned chicken noodle soup and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Ooh, weird combination, but kind of sounds good. I gulped my soup as fast as I could, not bothering to chew the noodles. Lefty kept giving me meaningful glances across the table. I could see that he was as eager as I was to scare Zach. Where'd you get that haircut? Mom asked. Zach? She walked around the table staring at Zach's head, frowning. I could tell she hated it. At Quick Cuts, Zach told her, after swallowing a mouthful of peanut butter and jelly. You know, at the mall. We all studied Zach's haircut. I thought it was kind of cool. The way it was buzzed so short on the left, then hung down long on the right. He just has like a scene haircut. It's different, all right, my mom said. We all could tell she hated it, but I guess she thought she was covering up by calling it different. Even if I ever came home with a haircut like that, she'd murder me. What did your mom say about it? This poor kid's afraid to do anything in case his mom screams at him. What did your mom say about it? She asked Zach. Zach left. Not much. We all left. I kept glancing up at the clock. I was so eager to get upstairs. How about some chocolate cupcakes? Mom asked when we'd finished our sandwich. Zach started to say yes, but I interrupted him. Can we have dessert later? I'm kind of full. I pushed back my chair and got up quickly, motioning for Zach to follow me. Lefty was already running up the stairs. Where are you going so fast? Mom called after us, following us into the hall. Upstairs. To the attic, I told her. The attic? She wrinkled her face, puzzled. What's so interesting up there? Just a bunch of old magazines, I lied. They're kind of funny. I wanted to show them to Zach. That was pretty fast thinking for me. I'm usually not very quick at making up stories. Mom stared at me. I don't think she believed me, but she turned back to the kitchen. Have fun, guys. Don't get too dirty up there. We won't, I told her. I led Zach up the steep stairs. Lefty was already waiting for us in the attic. It was about 100 degrees hotter up there. I started to sweat the second I stepped into the room. Zach stopped a few feet behind me and looked around. It's just a lot of old junk. What's so interesting up here? He asked. You'll see, I said mysteriously. This way, Lefty called eagerly, running to the little room against the far wall. He was so excited he dropped his softball. It rolled in front of him, and he tripped over it and fell face down on the floor with a thud. I meant to do that, Lefty joked, climbing up quickly and leaping after the ball, which had rolled across the floor. Your brother is made of rubber or something, Zach laughed. Falling down is his hobby, I said. Same. He falls down about 100 times a day. I wasn't exaggerating. A few seconds later, the three of us were in the hidden room, standing in front of the mirror. Is it a hidden room, or was it just locked? I'm confused. Even though it was a sunny afternoon, the room was as dark and shadowy as ever. Zach turned from the mirror to me, a bewildered look on his face. This is what you wanted to show me? Yeah, I nodded. Since when are you into furniture? He asked. It's an interesting mirror, don't you think? I asked. No, he said. It's not too interesting. Lefty laughed. He bounced his softball off the wall and caught it. I was deliberately taking my time. Zach was in for the surprise of his life, but I wanted to confuse him a little bit first. He was always doing stuff like that to me. He always acted as if he knew everything there was to know, and if I were good, he'd share a little bit of his knowledge with me. Well, now, I knew something he didn't know. I wanted to stretch this moment out, make it last. But at the same time, I couldn't wait to watch the look on Zach's face when I disappeared right in front of his eyes. We need to get the Goosebumps kids better parents? Yes, we do. We do need that. Let's go outside, Zach said impatiently. It's too hot up here. I brought my bike. Why don't we ride to the playground behind the school, see who's there? Maybe later, I replied, grinning at Lefty. I turned to my brother. Should I show Zach our secret or not? Lefty grinned back at me. He shrugged. What secret? Zach demanded, and I knew he couldn't stand to be left out of anything. He couldn't bear it if anyone had a secret he didn't know about. What secret? He repeated when I didn't answer. Show him, Lefty said, tossing up the softball. I rubbed my chin, pretending to be thinking about it. Well, okay. I motioned for Zach to stand behind me. You're going to make funny faces in the mirror? Zach asked. He shook his head. Big deal. No, that's not the secret, I told him. I stepped in front of the mirror and admired my reflection, which stared back at me in the glass. Watch, Lefty urged, stepping up beside Zach. I'm watching, Zach said impatiently. I'll bet you I can disappear into thin air, I told Zach. Yeah, sure, he muttered. Lefty laughed. How much do you want to bet? I asked. 2 cents, Zach said. Is this some kind of trick mirror or something? Something like that, I told him. How about $10? Bet me $10. Huh? Forget the bet. Just show him, Lefty said, bouncing up and down impatiently. I have a magic kit at home, Zach said. I can do over 1,000 tricks, but it's kid stuff, he sneered. You don't have any tricks like this, I said confidently. I had a magic set. Did anybody else have a magic set? I went through a magic phase. Just get it over with so we can go outside, he grumbled. I stepped into the center of the mirror. Ta-da! I sang myself a short fanfare. Then I reached up and grabbed the light chain. I pulled it. The lamp above the mirror flashed on, blindingly bright at first, then dimmed as before, and I was gone. Hey! Zach cried out. He stumbled backwards. He actually stumbled out of shock. Invisible. I turned away from the mirror to enjoy his stunned reaction. Max? He cried out. His eyes searched the room. Lefty was laughing his head off. What's secret? Me, I'm bisexual. Max? Zach sounded really worried. Max, how'd you do that? Where are you? I'm right here, I said. He jumped at the sound of my voice. Lefty laughed even harder. I reached out and took the softball from Lefty's hand. I glanced at the reflection in the mirror. The ball seemed to float in midair. Here, catch, Zach. I tossed it at him. He was so stunned he didn't move. The ball bounced off his chest. Max? How do you do this trick? He demanded. It isn't a trick, it's real, I said. Hey, wait. He got his suspicious look on his face. He ran around to the back of the mirror. I guess he expected me to be hiding back there. He looked very disappointed when he didn't see me. Is there a trap door or something? He asked. He walked back in front of the mirror, got down on his hands and knees, and started searching the floorboards for a trap door. I leaned over and pulled his t-shirt up over his head. Hey, stop it, he yelled, climbing angrily into his feet. I tickled his stomach. Stop, Max! He squirmed away, thrashing his arms, trying to hit me. He looked really frightened now. He was breathing hard, and his face was bright red. I pulled his t-shirt up again. He jerked it down. You're really invisible? His voice rose up so high, only dogs could hear it. Really? Good trick, huh? I said right in his ear. He jumped and spun away. What does it feel like? Does it feel weird? I didn't answer him. I crept out of the room and picked up a cardboard carton just outside the door. I carried it up to the mirror. It looked great. A carton floating all by itself. Put it down, Zach urged. He sounded really scared. This is really freaking me out, Max. Stop it, okay? Come back so I can see you. I wanted to torture him some more, but I could see he was about to lose it. Besides, I was starting to feel weird again, sort of dizzy and lightheaded. And the bright light was hurting my eyes, starting to blind me. Okay, I'm coming back, I announced. Watch. I leaned against the mirror and reached up for the chain. Suddenly, I felt very tired, very weak. It could take all my strength to wrap my hand around the chain. I had the strangest sensation that the mirror was pulling me, tugging me towards it, holding me down. With a determined burst of strength, I pulled the chain. The lamp went out. The room darkened. Where are you? I still can't see you, Zach cried, his voice revealing panic. Just chill, I told him. It takes a few seconds. The longer I stay invisible, the longer it takes to come back. And then I added, I think. Staring into the blank mirror, waiting for my reflection to return, I suddenly realized that I didn't know anything at all about this mirror, about turning invisible, about coming back. My mind suddenly whirred with all the sorts of terrifying questions. What made me think that reappearing was automatic? What if you could only come back twice? And after the third time you went invisible, you stayed invisible? What if the mirror was broken? What if it wasn't locked away in the hidden room because it didn't work properly and made people stay invisible forever? What if I never came back? No, that can't be, I told myself. But the seconds were ticking by, and my body was still not visible. I touched the mirror, rubbing my invisible hand over the smooth, cool glass. Max, what's taking so long? Zach asked, his voice trembling. I don't know, I told him, sounding frightened and upset as he did. And then suddenly, I was back. I was staring at my reflection in the mirror, watching intently, gratefully, as a wide smile crossed my face. Ta-da! I sang my triumphant fanfare, turning to my still shaken friend. Here I am. Wow, Zach exclaimed, and his mouth remained in a tight O of surprise and wonder. Wow, I know, Owen Wilson's voice. Wow. I know, I said, grinning. Pretty cool, huh? I felt very shaky, kind of trembly all over. My knees felt all weak and sweaty. You know the feeling. But I ignored it. I know what he means, but it sounded like he was like, you know how going invisible is. You've all done it, I'm sure. But I ignored it. I wanted to enjoy the moment of glory. It wasn't often that I got to do something that Zach hadn't already done 10 times. Amazing, Zach said, staring hard at the mirror. I've got to try it. Well, I wasn't so sure. I wanted Zach to do it. It was such a big responsibility. I mean, what if something went wrong? You've got to let me do it, Zach insisted. Hey, where's Lefty? I asked, glancing quickly around the small room. Huh? Lefty? Zach's eyes searched too. I was so busy being invisible I forgot he was here, I said. And then I called, Hey, Lefty! No reply. Lefty? Silence. I walked quickly around the back of the mirror. He wasn't there. Calling his name, I made my way to the door, peered out into the attic. No sign of him. He was standing right here in front of the mirror, Zach said, suddenly pale. Lefty, I called. Are you here? Can you hear me? Silence. Weird, Zach said. I swallowed hard. My stomach suddenly felt as if I'd swallowed a rock. He was right here, standing right here, Zach said in a shrill, frightened voice. Well, he's gone now, I said, staring at the dark, shadowy reflection of the mirror. Lefty's gone. He'll be back. I'm sure he's fine. Kids are resilient like that, you know? Wait, there's canon lore as to why the Hardys have a single cell phone? I'm pretty sure in the books they're like, well, we have to use this specific cell phone because it's like tied to ATAC and it has like case information and we can't use our own phones. I think. I haven't read the books since middle school though. We can answer this question together when I get the books and we read them on stream. I also found some Nancy Drew Hardy Boys crossover books from the 80s that look hilarious. Very campy. Oh, these kids went through the looking glass. They're in Wonderland. Yay! So apparently it came out October 9th of 2018 and the author is P.J. Hoover. Okay, cool. It's happened. I had to leave after chapter 1. I'll probably stick around for a few more minutes before I have to get back to homework. I hear plot has happened already. Yes, plot is happening. The mirror turns the kids invisible, but every time they use it, they're invisible for longer and it's harder to get back and they like feel like they're going to faint. So clearly the mirror is evil. We're just not sure exactly how it works yet. Okay, who's the girl Max has a crush on? Aaron? I'm pretty sure it's Aaron that he has a crush on. So, let's check. Did Deborah ever show up? Is Deborah just not important? I can't remember if she actually showed up. Yeah, Aaron is the one that he has a crush on. If that's what they call flirting nowadays, scaring him. I guess so. I don't know. Well, they always tell little girls, "Oh, he's just being mean to you because he likes you." Maybe little boys just don't know anything about flirting. 100 times a day not being an exaggeration? Get that child's inner ears looked at. It sounds like some sort of balancing problem, right? No, I'm super, super clumsy. And it turns out it's because of a slight delayed processing attached to ADHD. So it's like, if that kid's falling 100 times a day, there could be any number of things causing that. Oh goodness, these kids have nothing in their lives. Get to the scary stuff, right? But yeah, Max, definitely like Zach, more confident than me. Be trapped in the mirror like that aunt. Ooh. Congrats, you stupid bi disaster. You've traumatized one of your crushes. Good job. Arms are heavy, mom spaghetti. I always think of the Unis Honest thing with Ethan. Knees, what is it? Palms sweaty, knees weak, arms heavy, vomit, sweat already, nervous. I always think of that. Paulo. We are reading Let's Get Invisible, book number 6 in the original Goosebumps run. One is about a magic mirror that turns kids invisible, and every time you do, it's a little bit harder to get uninvisible. Alas, I must leave y'all to get ready for work in the morning. Thank you for hanging out, Nightmare. Happy reading. Thank you. Babysitter's Club books. 2 packages worth are on the way. Thank you so much. Oh, if they try to tell me that postage is due, I'm just gonna show them that picture and be like, they paid postage. Give me my stuff. Max says he has a crush on Aaron, but it's obvious that he also has a crush on Zach. Oh gosh. You said Winnie the Pooh. I'm going to cover, by the way, it'll probably be after Halloween because, you know, whatever. But I'm definitely going to cover the Winnie the Pooh, one of the Halloween ones. Because I've been wanting to for a while. And I would have had it out if I didn't have to go down to 1 video a week for the past 3 weeks. Yes, I'm still on it. I'm kind of salty. Going to head up now. I look forward to hearing about the review tomorrow. Yay! Yeah, we still have to write the Babysitter's Club review at some point, too, guys. All right, let's get reading. Speaking of inner ear, I feel like I'm developing an ear infection, which is common for me, but I can, like, feel it, and I'm just like, oof, great. Give my book away, let's just say it's magical. Yay! Secret is definitely... All right, chapter 9. Not a very long chapter this time. Maybe Lefty went invisible too, Zach suggested. Then why doesn't he answer us? I cried. I tried calling my brother again. Lefty, are you in here? Can you hear me? No reply. I walked up to the mirror and angrily slapped the frame. Stupid mirror. Lefty! Lefty? Zach had his hands cupped around his mouth like a megaphone. He stood at the door to the little room, calling out into the attic. I don't believe this, I said weakly. My legs were shaking so much I dropped down onto the floor. And then I heard giggling. Huh? Lefty? I jumped to my feet. More giggling, coming from behind the carton I'd carried into the little room. I laughed. I lunged toward the carton just as Lefty popped out, up from behind it. Gotcha, he cried, and collapsed over the carton, slapping the floor, laughing his head off. Gotcha, gotcha both, you little creep, Zach screamed. He and I both pounced on Lefty at the same time and pulled his arm back until he screamed. Zach messed up his hair, then tickled him. Lefty was screaming and laughing and squirming and crying all at the same time. I gave him a hard punch to the shoulder. Don't hit. Don't ever do that again, I shouted angrily. I mean, yeah, but don't hit. Lefty laughed, so I gave him a hard shove and climbed to my feet. Zach and I both breathed hard, both red in the face, glared angrily at Lefty. He was rolling around on the floor, covered in dust, still laughing like a lunatic. You scared us to death. You really did, I exclaimed heatedly. I know, Lefty replied happily. Let's beat him up some more, Zach suggested, balling his hands into tight fists. Okay, I agreed. You have to catch me first, Lefty cried. He was on his feet in a flash and out the door. I chased after him, tripping over a stack of old clothes, and went flying headfirst to the floor. Ow! I banged my leg hard. The pain shot up through my body. Oof. Pulling myself up slowly, I stared after Lefty again, but voices in the attic stairway made me stop. Aaron's head popped up first, then April appeared. Lefty was sitting on the window at the far end of the attic, red-faced and sweaty, catching his breath. Hey, how's it going? I said to the two girls, brushing dust off my jeans. Then I straightened my hair with one hand. Your mom said you were here, Aaron explained, looking from Lefty to me. What are you guys doing up here? April asked. Oh, just hanging out, I said, casting an angry glance at my brother, who stuck his tongue out in reply. April picked up an old Life magazine from a stack of yellowed magazines and began flipping through it. But the pages crumbled as she looked at them. Yuck, she said, putting it down. This stuff is so old. That's what attics are for, I said, starting to feel a little more normal. Whoever heard of keeping new stuff in an attic? Ha ha, Lefty laughed sarcastically. Where's the mirror? Aaron asked, stepping onto the center of the room. The one that made that weird optical illusion last Saturday. My dad always used to say that without all the junk in the attic, what would keep the house from floating away? It wasn't an optical illusion, I blurted out. I didn't really feel like messing with the mirror anymore. I'd had enough scares for one afternoon. But I wondered, but the words just tumbled out of me. I can never keep a secret. It's real character flaw. What do you mean? Aaron asked, very interested. She walked past me, heading to the open doorway of the little room. You mean that wasn't an optical illusion last week? April asked, following her. No, not really, I said, glancing at Lefty, who hadn't budged from the window across the large room. The mirror has strange powers or something. It really can turn you invisible. April laughed scornfully. Yeah, right, she said. And I'm gonna fly to Mars in a flying saucer tonight after dinner. Give me a break, I muttered. I turned my eyes to Aaron. I'm serious. Aaron stared back at me, her face filled with doubt. You're trying to tell me that you've gone in that room and become invisible. I'm not trying to tell you, I replied heatedly. I am telling you. April laughed. Aaron continued to stare at me, studying my face. You are serious, she decided. It's a trick mirror, April told her. That's all. That light on the top of it is so bright it makes your eyes go weird. Show us, Aaron said to me. Yeah, show them, Lefty exclaimed eagerly. He jumped up from the windowsill and started running to the little room. I'll go this time. Let me do it. No way, I said. Let me try it, Aaron volunteered. Hey, do you know who else is here? I asked. I asked the girls following them to the room. Zach is here, I called to him. Hey, Zach, Aaron wants you to go invisible. Aaron wants to go invisible. I thought they were volunteering Zach. Aaron wants to go invisible. Think we should let her? I stepped into the room. Zach? Where's he hiding? Aaron asked. I uttered a silent gasp. The mirror light was on. Zach was gone. Very short chapter next. What 12-year-old hasn't pretended to have a crush on the opposite sex just to fit in regardless of sexuality? Honestly, yeah. I thought it was just a demisexual thing. Looking back as a kid, everybody else had crushes, and I was like, yeah, I totally have a crush. For sure. Lefty, you little brat, I hope you get character arc right. He needs it. Let's get to kiss it. It's me. Or Max, yeah. But looks smug. A couple that looks at smudged ink on palm, bullies younger siblings together, stays together? Shrugs. Sounds legit, yeah. I bet Zach is a creep. Maybe not. Zach seems chill so far. It was Max that was like, hey, let's go spy on girls. So, you know. Oh no, I cried. I don't believe this, Lefty laughed. Zach's invisible, he told Aaron and April. Zach, where are you? I demanded angrily. Suddenly, the softball floated up from Lefty's hand. Hey, give that back, Lefty shouted and grabbed for it. But invisible Zach pulled the ball out of Lefty's reach. Aaron and April were both gaping at the ball as it floated in midair, their eyes bulging, their mouths wide open. Hi, girls, Zach called in a booming, deep voice that floated from in front of the mirror. April screamed and grabbed Aaron's arm. Zach, stop kidding around. How long have you been invisible? I asked. I don't know. The ball flew back to Lefty, who dropped it and had to chase it out into the attic. I was wondering where he went, because he just stopped being referenced in conversation. I was like, did he leave? How long, Zach? I repeated. About 5 minutes, maybe, he replied. When you chased after Lefty, I turned on the light and went invisible. Then I heard you talking to Aaron and April. You've been invisible the whole time? I asked, feeling really nervous and upset. Yeah, this is awesome, he exclaimed, but then his tone grew doubtful. I'm starting to feel kind of funny, though, Max. Funny? Aaron asked, staring at where Zach was seemed to be coming from. Wait, where Zach's voice seemed to be coming from. There you go. What do you mean, funny? Kind of dizzy, Zach replied, weakly. Everything kind of breaking up, you know, like a bad TV picture. I mean, if you're starting to fade, to seem pretty far away. I'm bringing you back, I said. And without waiting for Zach to reply, I reached up and pulled the light chain. The light clicked off, darkness seemed to roll into the room, filling the mirror with gray shadows. Where is he? April cried. It didn't work. He isn't back. It takes a while, I explained. How long? April asked. I don't really know, I said. Why aren't I back? Zach asked. He was standing right beside me. I could feel his breath on my neck. I can't see myself. He sounded very frightened. Don't get tense, I said, forcing myself to sound calm. You know it takes a while, especially since you stayed invisible so long. But how long? Zach wailed. Shouldn't I be back by now? You were back by now, I remember. Just stay cool. But he was not invisible for as long. You're not listening, Zach. Though my stomach was churning and my throat was dry. This is too scary. I hate this, April moaned. Be patient, I repeated softly. Everybody just be patient. We all stared from the spot where we thought Zach was standing to the mirror, then back again. Zach, how do you feel? Erin asked, her voice trembling. Weird, Zach replied, like I'm never coming back. Don't say that, I snapped. But that's how I feel, Zach said, sadly, like I'm never coming back. Just chill, I said, everybody, just chill. We stood in silence, watching, waiting. I was never so frightened in all my life. Being afraid you're not going to see your crush again is a lot of emotion, but this is on a different level. Traumatizing their friends and possible crushes by going invisible. Yep, they're the dream team. They're meant for each other. Well, he did turn off the light, but the longer you're invisible, the longer it takes to become uninvisibled, so takes a second. Gonna keep reading. We're kind of flying through this book right now, so I'm just gonna keep on that roll, but I need a drink first for a second. All right. Also, Max 100% has a crush on Zach. No one panics that much at the thought of someone else being invisible, right? It's like, I'll never see him again. That's not... I mean, I'd be very sad if one of my platonic friends was invisible, but also, he's really panicking for not having a crush on this kid. Also, by the way, you gotta love R.L. Stine for being like, this is a kid's favorite potential superpower. Let's make them scared of it. That sounds really funny. Chapter 11. Do something. Zach, still invisible, pleaded. Max, you've got to do something. I better get Mom, Lefty stammered. He dropped the softball to the floor and started for the door. Mom? What could Mom do? I cried in panic. But I'd better get somebody, Lefty declared. At that moment, Zach shimmered back into view. Wow, he uttered, a long, breathless sigh of relief, and slumped to his knees on the floor. Yay! Erin cried happily, clapping her hands as well as we all gathered around Zach. How do you feel? I asked, grabbing his shoulders. I think I wanted to know for sure that he was really back. I'm back, Zach proclaimed, smiling. That's all I care about. That was really scary, April said quietly, hands shoved into the pockets of her white tennis shorts. I mean, really. I wasn't scared, Zach said, suddenly changing his tune. I knew there was no problem. Do you believe this guy? One second he's whining and wailing, begging me to do something. The next second, he's pretending he had the time of his life, Mr. Confident. What did it feel like? Erin asked, resting one hand on the wooden mirror frame. Awesome, Zach replied. He climbed unsteadily to his feet. Really, it was totally awesome. I want to get invisible again before school on Monday so I can go spy on the girls' locker room. What? What? No. Oh, no. No, don't do that. Zach, you're a pig, Aaron declared disgustedly. What's the point of being invisible if you can't spy on girls? Zach asked. Are you sure you're okay? Why is that both of their first inclination? I'm so concerned. That's soulmate behavior. 12. Chill out. Yeah, right. Are you sure you're okay? I asked, genuinely concerned. You look kind of shaky to me. Well, I started to feel a little strange at the end, Zach confessed, scratching the back of his head. How do you mean? I asked. Well, like I was being pulled away. Away from the room, away from you guys. Pulled where? I demanded. He shrugged. Don't know. I only know one thing. A smile began to form on his face, and his blue eyes seemed to light up. Uh-oh, I thought. I only know one thing, Zach repeated. What? I had to ask. I'm the new invisible champ. I stayed invisible longer than you. At least 5 minutes longer than anybody. But I haven't had a turn, Aaron protested. I don't want a turn, April declared. Chicken? Zach teased her. I think you're stupid for messing around with this, April said heatedly. It isn't a toy, you know. Somebody else knows how to call them stupid. What a little snot. It's like, Zach! No! Don't do that. It isn't a toy, you know, and you don't know anything about it. You don't know what it really does to your body. I feel fine, Zach told her and pounded his chest with both hands like a gorilla to prove it. He glanced at the dark mirror. I'm ready to go back, even longer. I want to get invisible and go outside and play tricks on people, Lefty said enthusiastically. Can I go next, Max? I don't think so. I was thinking about what April had said. Were we really messing around with something that could be dangerous, something we didn't know anything about? Max has to go again, Zach said, slapping me hard on the back, nearly sending me sprawling against the mirror. To beat my record, he grinned at me. Unless you're chicken, too. I'm not chicken, I insisted. I just think you're chicken, Zach accused, laughing scornfully. He started chuckling loudly, flapping his arms like a chicken. I'm not chicken. Let me go, Lefty pleaded. I'm not chicken. Let me go, Lefty pleaded. I think that's more like I was supposed to say it. I can break Zach's record. It's my turn, Aaron insisted. You guys have had all had turns. I haven't gone once yet. Okay, I said with a shrug. You go first, Aaron. Then me. I was glad Aaron was so eager to do it. I really didn't feel like getting invisible again just yet. To be honest, I felt very fluttery and nervous. Me next, Lefty insisted. Me next, me next. He started chanting the words over and over again. I clamped a hand over his mouth. Maybe we should all go downstairs, I suggested. Chicken? Zach teased. You're chickening out. I don't know, Zach, I replied honestly. I think I saw Erin staring at me. Was that disappointment on her face? Did Erin think I was a chicken too? Okay, I said, go ahead, Erin. You go. Then I'll go. Then Lefty. We'll all beat Zach's record. Erin and Lefty clapped. April groaned and rolled her eyes. Zach grinned. What a childlike way to just forget the fear that you had 2 seconds ago. Erin and Lefty clapped. April groaned and rolled her eyes. Zach grinned. April might be the only intelligent one right now. It's no big deal, I told myself. I've done it 3 times already. It's perfectly painless, and if you just stay cool and wait patiently, you come right back the way you were. Does anyone have a watch? Erin asked. We need to keep time, so I know what time I have to beat. I could see that Erin was really into this competition. Lefty seemed to be really excited too, and of course, Zach would compete in anything. Only April was unhappy about the whole thing. She walked silently to the back of the room and sat down on the floor with her back against the wall, her arms folded over her knees. Hey, you're the only one with a watch, Aaron called to April, so you be the timer, okay? April nodded without enthusiasm. She raised her wrist and stared down at her watch. Okay, get ready. Aaron took a deep breath and stepped up to the mirror. She closed her eyes, reached up, and tugged the light chain. The light came on with a bright flash. Aaron disappeared. Oh, wow, she cried. This is way cool. How does it feel? April called from behind us, her eyes glancing up the mirror to her watch. Her eyes glancing from the mirror to the watch. I don't feel any different at all, Aaron said. What a great way to lose weight. Oh, no. Don't. Oh, no. Just continuing. 15 seconds, April announced. Lefty's hair suddenly stood straight up in the air. Cut it out, Aaron, he shouted, twisting away from her invisible hands. We heard Aaron laugh from somewhere near Lefty. Then we heard footsteps as she walked out of the room and into the attic. We saw an old coat rise up into the air and dance around. After it dropped back into its carton, we saw an old magazine fly up and its pages appear to flip rapidly. This is so much fun, Aaron called to us. The magazine dropped back onto the stack. I can't wait to go outside like this and really scare people. 1 minute, April called. She hadn't moved from her sitting position against the wall. Aaron moved around the attic a while, making things fly and float. Then she returned to the little room to admire herself in the mirror. I'm really invisible, we heard her exclaim excitedly, just like in a movie or something. Yeah, great, special effects, I said. 3 minutes, April announced. Does anybody remember Jane with her counter? 5 minutes. That's what I'm thinking about, and I'm getting flashbacks to Curse of Blackmore Manor. April continued to enjoy herself until about 4 minutes had passed. Then her voice suddenly changed. She started to sound doubtful, frightened. I don't like this, she said. I feel kind of strange. April jumped to her feet and ran up to me. Bring her back, she demanded. Hurry, I hesitated. Yes, bring me back, Aaron said weakly. But you haven't beaten my record, Zach declared. Are you sure? Yes, please, I don't feel right. Aaron suddenly sounded far away. I stepped up to the mirror and pulled the chain. The light clicked off. We waited for Aaron to return. How do you feel? I asked. Just weird, she replied. She was standing right next to me, but I still couldn't see her. It took nearly 3 minutes for Aaron to reappear. 3 very tense minutes. When she shimmered back into view, she shook herself like a dog, shaking water off after a bath. Then she grinned at us reassuringly. I'm okay. It was really terrific, except for the last few seconds. You didn't beat my record, Zach reported happily. You came so close, but you folded just like a girl. Hey, Aaron gave Zach a hard shove. Stop being such a jerk. But you only had 15 seconds to go and you wimped out, Zach told her. I don't care, Aaron insisted, frowning angrily at him. It was really neat. I'll beat your record next time, Zach. I'm going to be the winner, Lefty announced. I'm going to stay invisible for a whole day, maybe 2. Whoa, I cried. That might be dangerous, Lefty. It's Max's turn next, Zach announced. Unless you want to forfeit. No way, I said, glancing at Aaron reluctantly. I stepped onto the mirror and took a deep breath. Okay, Zach, say goodbye to your record, I said, trying to sound calm and confident. I didn't really want to do it, I admitted to myself, but I didn't want to look like a chicken in front of the others. For one thing, if I did wimp out, I knew it was Lefty. I knew that Lefty would only remind me of it 20 or 30 times a day for the rest of my life, so I decided to go ahead and do it. One thing, I said to Zach. When I call out ready, that means I want to come back. So when I say ready, you pull the light chain as fast as you can. Okay? Gotcha, Zach replied, his expression turning serious. Don't worry, I'll bring you back instantly. He snapped his fingers. Like that. Remember, Max, you've got to beat 5 minutes. Okay, here goes, I said. I mean, they weren't timing Zach, so they don't know that it's exactly 5 minutes. But anyway, I don't think that's the important thing right now. Okay, here goes, I said, staring at my reflection in the mirror. I suddenly had a bad feeling about this. A real bad feeling, but I reached up and pulled out the light anyway. Second. Spying on girls being the first impulse reads as a middle schooler's trying too hard to seem straight because of compet to me, but who knows? Yeah, let's say that. Fluttery and nervous because you thought your boyfriend was going to be invisible forever. Oh. Adding to the where would the word fuck be used in this book? I mean, I definitely think this character has bisexual energy. But the character is also 12, so... You know. Oh no, not again. Main question is, when I finish this tea, do I have the energy or mental fortitude to walk downstairs and get more tea? Or am I just going to be like, I'll get water? Probably water, but who knows? Max, I'm putting all of my trust in you. Zach, don't worry, I'll bring you back in an instant. Aaron, I ship it, right? Yeah, I definitely need to put some witch hazel in my ears. I can feel that infection coming on. When the glaring light dimmed... Oh, this is chapter 12, by the way. I know everybody can see it, so I haven't been reading it out, but chapter 12. When the glaring light dimmed, I stared hard into the mirror. The reflections were bright and clear. Against the back wall, I could see April slumped on the floor, staring intently at her watch. Lefty stood near the wall to the right, gaping at the spot where I had stood, a silly grin on his face. Zach stood next to him, his arms crossed over his chest, also staring into the mirror. Erin leaned against the wall to the left. Her eyes were on the light above the mirror frame. And where was I? Standing right in front of the mirror, right in the center of it, staring at their reflection, staring at the spot where my reflection should be. Only it wasn't. I felt perfectly normal. Experimenting, I kicked at the floor. My invisible sneakers made the usual scraping sound. I grabbed my left arm with my right hand and squeezed it. It felt perfectly normal. Hi, everyone, I said. I sounded the same as ever. Only I was invisible. I glanced up at the light, casting a yellow rectangle down on the mirror. What was the light's power, I wondered? Did it do something to your molecules? Made them break apart somehow so you couldn't be seen? No, that wasn't a good theory. If your molecules broke up, you'd have to feel it. And you wouldn't be able to kick the floor or squeeze your arm or talk. So what did the light do? Did it cover you up somehow? Did the light from some kind of Did the light form some kind of blanket? A covering that hid you from yourself and everyone else? What a mystery. I had the feeling I'd never be able to figure it out. Never know the answer. I turned my eyes away from the light. It was starting to hurt my eyes. I closed my eyes, but the bright glare stayed with me. 2 white circles that refused to dim. How do you feel, Max? Erin's voice broke into my thoughts. Okay, I guess, I said. My voice sounded weird to me, kind of far away. 4 minutes, 30 seconds, April announced. The time went so fast, I said. At least I thought I said it. I realized I couldn't tell if I was saying the words or just thinking them. The bright yellow light glowed even brighter. I had the sudden feeling that it was pouring over me, surrounding me, pulling me. I feel weird, I said. No response. Could they hear me? The light folded over me. I felt myself beginning to float. It was a frightening feeling. as if I was losing control of my body. Ready, I screamed. Zach, ready, can you hear me? Zach! It seemed to take Zach hours to reply. Okay, I heard him say. His voice sounded so tiny, so far away, miles and miles away. Ready, I cried. Ready, okay. Again I heard Zach's voice, but the light was so bright, so blindingly bright. Waves of yellow light rolling over me, ocean waves of light, sweeping me away with it. Pull the chain, Zach, I screamed. At least I think I was screaming. The light was tugging me so hard, dragging me away, far, far away. I knew I would float forever, unless Zach pulled the chain and brought me back. Pull it, please, pull it. Okay. I saw Zach step up to the mirror. He was blurred in the shadows. He stepped through the dark shadows on the other side of the light. So far away, I felt so feather light. I could see Zach in the shadows. He jumped up, grabbed the lamp chain. He pulled it down hard. The light didn't click off. It glowed even brighter. And then I saw Zach's face fill with horror. He held up his hand. He was trying to show me something. He had the chain in his hand. Max, the chain, he stammered. It broke off. I can't turn off the light. Oh, God. You done fucked up, kids. What if the light is literally like the light that you see when you die? And like, that's the thing. It's like literally pulling you away. That'd be fucking... That's actually a pretty terrifying thought. John Cena, you can't see me. Zach and Max give off the energy that they'll be roommates in college and break up with their girlfriends, so being single, they'll hang out every day until they discover their deep love for each other. Yeah. Agreed. Max X Zach true love. Also, what happened so far since Max showed Zach the mirror. Zach went invisible and then almost didn't come back. You had one job. Damn. Yeah. And then Max went invisible to try to beat Zach's record, and now he feels like he's about to float away into nothingness, and Zach can't get the light off because he broke the chain. Zach, you failed. You failed him, you stupid bitch. He loved you and you betrayed him. This is really gonna test their relationship for real. All right. Moving right along. Every time I'm like, okay, let's get back to the book, I start humming Moving Right Along from the Muppet movie, you know? John Cena. John Cena's a really cool dude, by the way. When we worked on Blockers, that was one of the good things. Maddie and I met John Cena because he was there, and he was very, very nice. Beyond the shimmering wall of yellow light, Zach's outstretched hand came clearly into my view. The dark chain dangled from his hand like a dead snake. It broke off? He was crying, sounding very alarmed. I stared through the light at the chain, feeling myself hovering beside Zach, floating, fading. Somewhere far in the distance, April was screaming. I couldn't make out her words. Lefty stood frozen in the center of the room. It seemed strange to see him standing still. He was always moving, always bouncing, running, falling, but now he, too, stood staring at the chain. The light shimmered brighter. I saw a sudden movement. Someone was crossing the room. I struggled to focus. It was Erin. She was dragging a large cardboard box across the floor. The scraping sound it made seemed to be so far away. Feeling myself being pulled away, I struggled to watch her. She pulled the box next to the mirror. Then she climbed up onto it. I saw her reaching up to the lamp. I saw her staring into the light. I wanted to ask her what she was doing, but I was too far away. I was floating off. I felt so light, so feather light. And as I floated, the yellow light spread all over me. It covered me, pulled me. And then with startling suddenness, it was gone. All was dark. I did it, Erin proclaimed. I heard her explaining to the others. There was a little bit of chain left up there. Usually there is. I pulled on it and it turned off the light. Her eyes darted frantically around the room, searching for me. Max, are you okay? Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm okay, I replied. I stepped up to the mirror and searched for my reflection. That was scary, Lefty said behind me. I can feel myself coming back, I told them. What was his time? Zach asked April. April's features were tight with worry. Sitting against the wall, she looked pale and uncomfortable. 5:48, she told Zach. And then quickly added, I really think this stupid competition is a big mistake. You beat my record, Zach groaned, turning to where he figured I was standing. I don't believe it. Almost 6 minutes. I'm going for longer than that, Lefty said, pushing past Zach, stepping up to the mirror. We have to fix the chain first, Aaron told him. It's too hard to keep climbing up on a box to pull that little piece of chain. I felt pretty strange at the end, I told them, still waiting to reappear. The light grew brighter and brighter. Did you feel like you were being pulled away? Aaron asked. Yeah, I replied, like I was fading or something. That's how I started to feel, Aaron cried. This is just so dangerous, April said, shaking her head. I popped back. My knees buckled and I almost fell to the floor, but I grabbed the mirror and held myself up. After a few seconds, my legs felt strong again. I took a few steps and regained my balance. What if we could turn off the light? April demanded, climbing to her feet, brushing the dust off the back of her jeans with both hands. What if the chain completely broke and the light stayed on? What then? I shrugged. I don't know. You broke my record, Zach said, making a disgusted face. That means I have to have another turn. No way, Lefty shouted. It's my turn next. None of you are listening to me, April cried. Answer my question. What if one of you is invisible and the light won't go out? That won't happen, Zach told her. He pulled a string from his pocket. Here, I'm going to tie this tightly to the chain. He climbed up to the box and began work. Pull the string, the light goes out, he told April. No problem. Which one of us is going to be first to get invisible and then go outside? Aaron asked. I want to go to school and terrorize Miss Hawkins, Lefty said, snickering. Miss Hawkins is his social studies teacher. She's been terrorizing me ever since school started. Wouldn't it be cool to just sneak up behind her and say, Hi, Miss Hawkins? And she'd turn around and there'd be no one there? That's the best you can do? Aaron scoffed. Lefty, where's your imagination? Don't you want to make the chalk fly out of her hand and the chalkboard erasers fly across the room and the wastebasket spill everything out on her desk? And her yogurt fly into her face? Yeah, that's way cool, Lefty exchanged. I laughed. It was a funny idea. The four of us could go around completely invisible, doing whatever we wanted. We could wreck the whole school in 10 minutes. Everyone would be screaming and running out of the doors. What a goof. We can't do it now, Lefty said, interrupting my thoughts, because it's my turn to beat the record. He turned back to April, who's standing tensely by the door, pulling at a strand of her black hair, a worried frown on her face. Ready to time me? I guess, she replied, sighing. Lefty pushed me out of the way. He stopped in front of the mirror, stared at his reflection, and reached for the string. This gives me would you still love me if I was a worm energy. Would you still love me if I turned invisible forever? Right. That's almost lost Zach. Now Zach is losing Max. Young love, you know how it is. Romeo and Juliet, but it's 12-year-old boys and written by R.L. Stine. God, that has to be in our review when we write it. Although I have a feeling that we're going to finish this book and I'm going to be too tired to write it tonight, so we'll have to write 2 reviews the next time we stream. You idiots, listen to April. She seems to have the only common sense. Yeah. That won't happen immediately after it almost happened, right? Zach is Romeo and Max is Juliet. Wherefore art thou, Zach? Wherefore art thou, Zach? Zacharias? Smash the light at this point, because fuck, this shit is better off broken. Yeah. Max. Oh, Zach, wherefore art thou, Zach? Make a note of that comment for when we do the review. It probably will be not tonight, because I have a feeling that we're more than halfway done, by the way. But I have a feeling that I'm going to feel really exhausted by the time we finish. But we'll see. See how it goes. But yes, thank you for making that note. It feels like there's all this pressure in my ear, and I'm like, oh, that's sinuses. Lefty! A voice shouted from behind us. Lefty! Startled by the interruption, I uttered an almost cry. Lefty stepped back from the mirror. Lefty, tell your brother his friends have to leave. It's dinner time. Grammy and Poppy are here. They're eager to see you. It was Mom, calling up from downstairs. Okay, Mom, we'll be right down. I shouted quickly. I didn't want her to come up. But that's not fair, Lefty whined. I didn't get my turn. He stepped back up to the mirror and angrily grabbed for the string again. Put it down, I told him sternly. We have to go downstairs. Quick. We don't want Mom or Dad coming up here and seeing the mirror, do we? Okay, Lefty grumbled, but next time I get to go first. And then me, Zach said, heading towards the stairs. I get a chance to beat your record, Max. Everybody stop talking about it, I warned as we all clomped down the stairs. Talk about something else. We don't want them to overhear anything. Can we come over tomorrow, Aaron asked. We could start up the contest again. I'm busy tomorrow, April said. We can't do it tomorrow, I replied. We're visiting my cousins in Springfield. I was sorry they'd reminded me. My cousins have this humongous sheepdog that likes to run through the mud and then jump on me and wipe its hairy paws all over my clothes. Oh, it sounds like my dog. Bless him. Not my idea of a good time. You ever disappointed to see a sheepdog, though? There's no school on Wednesday, Zach said. Teachers' meeting, I think. Maybe we could all come over on Wednesday? Maybe, I said. We stepped into the hallway. Everyone stopped talking. I could see that my grandparents and parents were already sitting at the dining table. Grammy and Poppy liked to eat promptly. If their dinner came 1 minute late, it made them real cranky for the rest of the day. Oh, so they're pains in the ass. Okay. I ushered my friends out, quickly reminding them not to tell anyone about what we'd been doing. Zach asked again if Wednesday would be okay, and again I told him I wasn't sure. Getting invisible was really exciting, all thrilling, really thrilling. But it also made me nervous. I wasn't sure I wanted to do it again so soon. Go on Netflix and find that the show is leaving November. Is it really? That sucks. Now I'm gonna have to find somewhere else to watch it while I'm covering it. Being terrible adults is a family trait. Just a series trait, I think. Please, Zach begged. He couldn't wait to go invisible again and beat my record. He couldn't stand it that I wasn't the champ. That he wasn't the champ. Okay. Brain, calm down. I closed the front door behind them and hurried to the dining room to greet my grandparents. I just saw chat start going a little bit nuts, and I was like, oh, what's happening? Can everybody hear me? She was on Netflix all the time? Yeah. I closed the front door behind them and hurried to the dining room to greet my grandparents. They were already slurping their soup when I came in. Hi, Grammy. Hi, Poppy. I walked around the table and gave them each a kiss on the cheek. Grammy smelled of oranges. Her cheek felt soft and mushy. Grammy and Poppy are their names I gave them when I was a kid. It's really embarrassing to call them that now, but I still do. I don't have much choice. They even call each other Grammy and Poppy. They look alike, almost like brother and sister. I guess that's what happens when you've been married 100 years. Yeah. They both have long, thin faces and short white hair. They both wear thick glasses with silver wire frames. They're both really skinny, and they both have sad eyes and sad expressions. I didn't feel like sitting there at dinner and making small talk with them today. I was still really pumped about what we'd been doing all afternoon. Being invisible was just so weird and exciting. I wanted to be by myself and think about it. You know, try to relive it, relive what it all felt like. A lot of times, after I've done something really exciting or interesting, I like to go up to my room, lie down on my bed, and just think about it, analyze it, tear it apart. Dad says I have a very scientific mind. I guess he's right. I walked over to my place at the table. You're looking much shorter, Poppy said, wiping his mouth on his cloth napkin. This was one of his standing jokes. He said it every time he saw me. I forced a laugh and sat down. Your soup must be ice cold by now, Granny said, clicking her tongue. Nothing I hate more than a cold soup. I mean, what's the point of having soup if it isn't steaming hot, like cold cucumber soup, chilled in the fridge, like Aunt Josephine makes? It tastes okay, I said, taking a spoonful. We had some delicious cold soup last summer, Poppy said. He loved to contradict Grammy and start arguments with her. Strawberry soup, remember? You wouldn't want that hot, would you? It wasn't strawberry, Grammy told him, frowning. It wasn't even soup. It was some kind of fancy yogurt. No, it wasn't, Poppy insisted. It was definitely cold soup. You're wrong as usual, Grammy snapped. This could get ugly, I thought. I just read half a page of these two grandparents bickering about soup. Okay. I thought, what kind of soup is this? I asked, trying to stop their arguing. Chicken noodle, Mom answered quickly. Didn't you recognize it? Poppy and I had soup a few weeks ago that we couldn't recognize, my grandmother said, shaking her head. I had to ask the waiter what it was. It didn't look like what we'd ordered at all. Some kind of potato leek soup. Wasn't it, Poppy? Oh my God. Poppy took a long time swallowing some noodles. No, tomato, he answered. Where's your brother? Dad asked, staring at the empty chair next to me. Huh? I reacted with surprise. I'd been so busy listening to my grandparents' silly soup arguments, I had forgotten all about Lefty. His soup is getting cold, Poppy said. You'll have to heat it up for him, Grammy said. Tisking again? So where is he? Dad asked. I shrugged. He was right behind me, I said. I turned towards the dining room doorway and shouted, Lefty! Lefty! Don't shout at the table, Mom scolded. Get up and go find him. Is there any more soup? Poppy asked. I didn't really get enough. I put my napkin down and started to get up, but before I was out of my chair, I saw Lefty's soup bowl rise up into the air. Oh no, I thought. I knew instantly what was happening. My idiot brother had made himself invisible, and now he thought he was being funny, trying to scare the daylights out of everyone at the table. The soup bowl floated up over Lefty's plate. I stood up and lunged for it and pulled it down as fast as I could. Get out, I whispered loudly to Lefty. What did you say? My mom asked, gaping at me. I said, I'm getting out and going to find Lefty, I told her, thinking quickly. Get out now, I whispered to Lefty. Stop talking about finding him, just go do it, my mom said impatiently. I stood up just as my dumb, invisible brother raised his water glass. The glass floated up over the table. I gasped and grabbed for it, but I grabbed too hard. I jerked the glass and water spilled all over the table. Hey, Mom screamed. I pulled the glass down to its place. Then I looked up. Dad was glaring at me, his eyes burning angrily into mine. He knows, I thought, a heavy feeling of dread sweeping over me. He saw what just happened. He knew. Lefty had spoiled it for everyone. Simpsons? I thought the same thing, Cameron, when they said Springfield. That one meme where the dude makes a peace out sign and disappears. Do yourself a favor and smack Zach over the head. It has been there for years. You can find it on less than legal sites. Not that I am advocating for that, but, you know, if they're taking off of Netflix and you don't have the subscription to whatever else they have, at least they're letting it stay through October. Hope it gets added back a few months later, like in February. That does happen sometimes. They look like they could be brother and sister. Sweet mother of incest. Why was that detail necessary? I mean, yeah, it's weird. I mean, I think that's just a long-standing thing. People being like, oh, people who are married for a long time look like they're related. I think that's just, I don't think it means that they're actually brother and sister, but yeah, I feel what you're saying. Or a human old married couple. Yeah. Oh no, the little brother is gone. Can these elders get out of here? I'd like to go back to the bisexual middle school shenanigans. Lefty. Me. Oh, for fuck's sake. I know this kid. Full moon later. There's an advance for me. It goes down. Oh, when is the full moon tonight? I always forget about when the full moon is. Every time you stay still, I think the stream is frozen. I'm just really good at being still. Sweet mother, brother of incest. Oh my god. Old couples do look very similar. I guess it's because of, like, they say it's because of, like, mirroring each other's facial expressions because of, like, human empathy or whatever. It's a little creepy, though. Chapter 15. I just feel bad for these kids and their parents screaming at them all the time. Dad glared angrily. What's up? Come on, Firefox. Sorry. Firefox is doing its Firefox thing and deciding that it doesn't want to behave. Yes, I know Firefox is not responding. Well, let's pull it back up. Sorry. There we go. We should be back now. Let's just go upstairs, turn off the lights, and smash it to pieces. Yep. So, like an olden time study that people with similar bone structures are more compatible, like romantically. But the way it was worded was like, there are other ways to phrase it. Oh no, yeah, I 100% agree. It's like, I know what you're saying, R.L. Stein, but oh my goodness, say it differently, please. Dad glare. This is chapter 15. We're already on page 82. I know it's 11:21, but it feels like we should be further away from the end than that. Dad glared angrily across the table at me. I waited for him to say, Max, why is your brother invisible? But instead he yelled, stop fooling around, Max. We don't appreciate your comedy acts. Just get up and find your brother. I mean, your kid is missing. You could go find him. I was so relieved Dad hadn't realized what was really happening. After all, he thought I was just goofing. Is there seconds on the soup? I heard Poppy ask again as I gratefully pushed away from the table and hurried off to the dining room. You've had enough, Grammy scolded. No, I haven't. I made my way quickly through the living room, taking long strides, climbed to the second floor, and stopped in the hallway at the door to the attic stairs. Lefty, I whispered. I hope you followed me. I'm here, Lefty whispered back. I couldn't see him, of course, but he was right beside me. What's the big idea? I demanded angrily. I wasn't angry. I was furious. Are you trying to win the stupid championship? Lefty didn't care that I was upset. He started to giggle. Shut up, I whispered. Just shut up. You really are a dork. This is, what do you call it? When, when somebody's yelled at, so then they take it out on somebody else and the cycle continues. Love how it's aimed at kids, but then gave you nightmares. Yeah. I clicked on the attic light and clomped angrily up the stairs. I could hear his sneakers clomping up behind mine. He was still giggling at the top of the stairs. I win, he declared. I felt a hand slap me hard on the back. Stop it, jerk, I screamed, storming into the little room. That housed the mirror. Don't you realize you nearly spoiled it for everyone? But I win, he repeated gleefully. The lamp over the mirror was shining brightly, the reflection glaring sun yellow in the mirror. I really couldn't believe Lefty. He was usually a pretty selfish kid, but not this selfish. Don't you realize the trouble you could have gotten us into? I cried. I win, he chanted. Why? How long have you been invisible? I asked. I stepped up to the mirror and pulled the string. The light went out. The glare remained in my eyes. Ever since you guys went downstairs, Lefty still invisible bragged. That's almost 10 minutes, I exclaimed. I'm the champ, Lefty proclaimed. I stared into the mirror, waiting for him to reappear. The stupidity, champ, I repeated. That was the dumbest thing you've ever done. He didn't say anything. Finally, he asked in a quiet voice, why is it taking so long for me to come back? Before I could answer, I heard Dad calling from downstairs. Max, are you two up there? Yeah, we'll be right down, I shouted. What are you two doing up there? Dad demanded. I heard him start to climb the stairs. I ran to the top of the stairs to head him off. Sorry, Dad, I said, we're coming. Dad stared up at me in the stairwell. What on earth is so interesting up there? Just a lot of old stuff, I muttered. Nothing really. Lefty appeared behind me, looking like his old self. Dad disappeared back to the dining room. Lefty and I started down the stairs. Wow, that was awesome, Lefty exclaimed. Didn't you start to feel weird after a while? I asked him, whispering, even though we were alone. No, he shook his head. No, he shook his head. I felt fine. It was really awesome. You should have seen the look on your face when I made the soup bowl float up in the air. He started giggling again. That high-pitched giggle of his that I hate. Listen, Lefty, I warned, stopping at the bottom of the stairs, blocking his way to the hallway. Getting invisible is fun, but it could be dangerous. That feels like an after-school special for the Goosebumps universe. It's awesome, he repeated, and I'm the new champ. Listen to me, I said heatedly, grabbing him by the shoulders. Just listen, you've got to promise me that you won't go up there and get invisible by yourself again. I mean it. You've got to wait till someone else is around. Promise? I squeezed his shoulders hard. Okay, he said, trying to squirm away. I promise. I looked down. He had his fingers crossed on both hands. Aaron called me later that night. The kid's gonna die, and it's gonna be his own fault. It was about 11. I was in my pajamas reading a book in bed, thinking about going downstairs and begging my parents to let me stay up and watch Saturday Night Live. Erin sounded really excited. She didn't even say hello. She just started talking a mile a minute in that squeaky mouse voice, so fast I had trouble understanding her. What about the science fair? I asked, holding up the phone from my ear, hoping that would help me understand her better. The winning project, Erin said breathlessly. The prize is a silver trophy and a gift certificate at Video World, remember? Yeah, so? I still wasn't following her. I think I was sleepier than I thought I had been. A nervous, tiring day, after all. Well, what if you brought the mirror to school? Erin asked excitedly. You know, I would make you go invisible and then I'd bring you back. And I'd get invisible. That could be our project. But Erin, I started to protest. We'd win, she interrupted. We'd have to win. I mean, what else could beat it? We'd win first prize and we'd be famous. Whoa, I cried. Famous? Of course famous, she exclaimed. Our picture would be in People magazine and everything. Aaron, I'm not so sure about this, I said softly, thinking hard. Huh? Not so sure about what? Not so sure I want to be famous, I replied. I mean, I really don't know if I want the whole world to know about the mirror. You don't want to be famous. I don't think you do. Why not? She demanded impatiently. Everyone wants to be famous and rich. I don't. I don't. I've seen firsthand a teeny tiny glimpse of what people who are famous go through, and I have to be honest, it does not look like fun. But they'll take away the mirror, I explained. It's an amazing thing, Aaron. I mean, is it magic? Is it electronic? Is it someone's invention? Whatever it is, it's unbelievable, and they're not going to let a kid keep it. But it's yours, she insisted. Oh my goodness. Ah. Well, 2 kids gonna die tonight. Yep. They'll take it away to study it. The scientists will want it. Government guys will want it. Army guys. They'll probably want to use it to make the army invisible or something. Yeah, didn't you watch Alf? Scary, Aaron mumbled thoughtfully. Yeah, scary, I said, so I don't know. I've got to think about this a lot. In the meantime, it's got to be a secret. Yeah, I guess, she said doubtfully. But think about the science fair, Max. We could win the prize. We really could. I'll think about it, I told her. I haven't thought about anything else, I realized. April wants to try it, she said. Huh? I convinced her. I told her it didn't hurt or anything, so she wants to try it on Wednesday. We are going to do it on Wednesday, aren't we, Max? I guess, I replied reluctantly, since everyone wants to. Great, she exclaimed. I think I'll beat your record. The new record is 10 minutes, I informed her. I explained about Lefty and his dinner time adventure. Your brother is really a nut, Aaron remarked. I agreed with her, then said goodnight. I couldn't get back to sleep. I'm trying to hold this. I couldn't get back to sleep that night. I tried sleeping on one side, then on the other. I tried counting sheep, everything. Was he asleep? I thought he was still up at 11. Okay. Maybe I'm being pedantic. I knew I was sleepy, but my heart was racing. I just couldn't get comfortable. I know that feeling. Stared up at the ceiling, thinking about the mirror, the little room above me. It was nearly 3 in the morning when I crept barefoot out of my room, wide awake, and headed up to the attic. As before, I leaned heavily on the banister as I climbed, trying to keep the wooden stairs from their usual symphony of creaks and groans. In my hurry to get to the little room, I stubbed my toe on the corner of a wooden crate. Ow! I screamed as quietly as possible. I wanted to hop up and down, but I forced myself to stand still and waited for the pain to fade. As soon as I could walk again, I made my way into the little room. I have empathy pain now. Ooh, I felt that. I pulled a curtain in front of the mirror and sat down on it. My toes still throbbed, but I tried to ignore it. I stayed at my dark... Try that again. I stared at my dark reflection in the mirror, studying my hair first, of course. It was totally messed up, but I really didn't care. Then I peered beyond my reflection, behind it. I guess I was trying to look deep into the glass. I don't really know what I was doing, or why I was up there. I was so tired and pumped at the same time, so curious and confused, sleepy and nervous. I ran a hand along the glass, surprised again at how cool it felt in the hot, nearly airless little room. I pushed my open hand against the glass, then pulled it away. It left no handprint. I moved my hand to the wooden frame once again, rubbing the smooth wood. I stood up and slowly walked around to the back of the mirror. It was too dark back here to really examine it carefully, but there wasn't anything else to examine. The back of the frame was smooth, plain, and uninteresting. I came back around to the front and gazed up at the light. It looked like an ordinary lamp, nothing at all special about it, but the bulb was an odd shape, long and very thin, but it looked like any ordinary light bulb. Sitting back down on the curtain, I rested my head in my hands and stared drowsily at the mirror. I yawned silently. I knew I should go back downstairs to go to sleep. Mom and Dad were going to wake up as early as next morning to drive to Springfield, but something was holding me there. My curiosity, I guess. I don't know how long I sat there, still as a statue, sorry, watching my own unmoving reflection. It may have just been a minute or two, or it might have been half an hour. But after a while, as I stared into the mirror, the reflection seemed to lose its sharpness. Now I found myself staring at vague shapes, blurred colors, deepening in shadows. And then I heard the soft whisper. Fuck, I scared myself. Like the wind through the trees, the hushed shaking of leaves. Not a voice at all, not even a whisper. Just the hint of a whisper. I don't know if anybody can hear me when I do that. At first I thought it was inside my own head. So faint, so soft, but so near. I held my breath, listened hard. Silence now. So it was inside my head, I told myself. I was imagining it. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Again, the whisper. Louder this time. Sad somehow. Almost a plea. A call for help from far, far away. I raised my hands to my ears. Was I trying to shut it out to see if I could make it go away? Inside the mirror, the dark reflected shapes shifted slowly. I stared back at myself, my expression tense, frightened. I realized I was chilled from head to foot. My whole body shivered from the cold. The whisper, I realized it was coming from the mirror. From my own reflection? From somewhere behind my reflection? I leapt to my feet, turned away, and ran. My bare feet slapped against the hardwood floor. I plunged down the stairs, flew across the hall, dived into my bed. I shut my eyes tight and prayed the frightening whisper wouldn't follow me. Well, that's freaky. How's everybody doing? Hopefully better than me. I'm sorry you're not doing well, Paolo. I'm doing okay. I feel a little bit under the weather. I think I just have a sinus infection. But as I'm sitting here, I'm like, ooh, boy. No matter your relative status, you'll rot the same with age. Yup. They'll say referring to couples looking alike. My partner and I look so alike. A friend needed a second to realize who was who, then when I showed her a picture of us. It happens. It really, really does. And there's like scientific reasons for why it happens. When are you going to watch the sequel to the 1995 live-action Pinocchio? I'm not sure. Hopefully soon. Circle of violence, yeah. Cycle of abuse, yeah. I wonder what the twist will be. I don't know. Something weird. Somebody's trapped in the mirror, though. I've been thinking this from the beginning. Erin sounds squeaky and annoying. I love her. Zach is cool and mysterious and looks like such a deep thinker. He's such a bro. Sounds legit, Max. You're 100% on point with emotional comprehension. It's the bi disaster trope. It's back. April's the one person with common sense. Well, that's out of the window. Ancient species that have not fossilized or were lost to time forever. That's sad. The pinnacle of lost media. Yes, run. Smartest thing your disaster bias has done all book, Max. Yeah. Zach and Max need to date at the end. That's the twist. Oh my gosh. I was telling my mom, I was like, I love the reading streams because it's just a whole group of us adults just being so enraptured by these like middle school books. And there's just something so great about it. I adore that. I love being like genuinely sucked into an R.L. Stine book. Depression is fun. I hope you're better soon. I used to get those all the time. They suck. I'm sorry. Depression sucks. I know that firsthand. Just take care of yourself and just know that, and this never helps. But you know, the thing with depression is, and I'll just say this because I don't want to like get super into it and trigger everybody, but the thing with depression is that like it feels like it's never going to stop every single time. Same thing with anxiety, but it always does. And that's always an important thing to remember. Apparently I'm on a tracing kick tonight. If any of the future Goosebumps books will have a gay character. Hope so. They weren't really ready for that in 1993, unfortunately. But we all know the truth. When was this published? 93. Yep, I figured we were still in 93 era. Chapter 16. I don't feel as bad as I did that one time I had to cut the stream short when we were playing one of the last Nancy Drew games yet, so that's good. I pulled the covers up to my chin. I felt so cold. My entire body was trembling. That book is as old as I am. It's older than me, yeah. Yeah, those depressive thoughts really kick your ass, but you're always stronger than them, and that's something that's always worth remembering. Oh no, you're good, Paolo. I just didn't want to go on a long tangent in case I set off anybody, but you know, I'll get back to the book. We can all get back to the book. I pulled the covers up to my chin. I felt so cold. My entire body was trembling. I was breathing hard, gripping the top of the blanket with both hands, waiting, listening. Would the whispers follow me into my room? Were they real or only in my head? Who was calling to me, whispering my name in that sad, desperate voice? Suddenly, I heard panting louder than mine. I felt hot breath on my face, sour smelling and moist. It reached for me. It grabbed my face. I opened my eyes in terror. Oh no. Whitey, I cried. The dumb dog was standing on his hind paws, leaning over the blanket, furiously licking my face. Whitey, good dog, I cried, laughing. I thought the dog was invisible. I'm okay. His scratchy tongue tickled. I was never so glad to see him. I hugged him and pulled him up into the bed. He whimpered excitedly. His tail was wagging like crazy. Whitey, what's got you so worked up? I asked, hugging him. Do you hear voices too? He uttered a low bark as if answering the question. Then he hopped off the bed and shook himself. He turned 3 times in a tight circle, making a place for himself on the carpet, and lay down, yawning loudly. You're definitely weird tonight, I said. He curled himself into a tight ball and chewed softly at his tail. Why do I feel like he's freaked out because there are invisible people in the house? That's what I feel like. I feel like that's what we're doing. Accompanied by the dog's gentle snores, I eventually drifted into a restless sleep. When I awoke, the morning sky outside my bedroom window was still gray. The window was open just a crack, and the curtains were swaying in a strong breeze. I sat up quickly, instantly alert. I have to stop going up to the attic, I thought. I have to forget about the stupid mirror. I stood up and stretched. I've got to stop, and I've got to get everyone else to stop. I thought of the whispered cry from the night before, the dry, sad voice whispering my name, Max. The voice from outside my room startled me out of my chilling thoughts. Max, time to wake up. We're going to Springfield, remember? It was my mom. Just in time for Treehouse of Horrors, I see. It was my mom out in the hallway. Hurry, breakfast is on the table. I'm already up, I shouted. I'll be down in a minute. I heard her footsteps going down the stairs. Then I heard Whitey downstairs, barking at the door to be let out. I stretched again. Whoa, I cried out as my closet door swung open. A red Gap t-shirt rose up out of the top shelf and began to float across the room. I heard giggling, familiar giggling. The t-shirt danced in front of me. Lefty, you're ridiculous, I yelled angrily. I swiped at the t-shirt, but it danced out of my reach. You promised you wouldn't do this again. I had my fingers crossed, he said, giggling. I don't care, I cried. I lunged forward and grabbed the shirt. You've got to stop, I mean it. I just wanted to surprise you, he said, pretending his feelings were hurt. A pair of jeans floated up from the closet shelf and began to parade back and forth in front of me. Lefty, I'm going to murder you, I shouted. Then I lowered my voice, remembering Mom and Dad might hear. Put that down, now. Go upstairs and turn off the mirror light. Hurry. I shook my fist at where the jeans were marching. I was so angry. Why did he have to be so dumb? I didn't realize that this wasn't just a game. Didn't he realize that this wasn't just a game? Suddenly, the jeans collapsed in a heap on the carpet. Lefty, toss them to me, I instructed. Then go upstairs and get yourself visible again. Silence. The jeans didn't move. Lefty, don't fool around, I snapped, feeling a stab of dread in the pit of my stomach. Toss me the jeans and get out of here. No reply. The jeans remained crumpled on the carpet. Stop the stupid game, I screamed. You're not funny. Just stop, really. You're scaring me. I knew that's what he wanted to hear. Once I admitted that he was scaring me, I was sure he'd giggle and go do as I say. But no, the room was still silent. The curtains fluttered towards me, then pulled back with gentle rustling sounds. The jeans lay crumpled on the carpet. Oh. Lefty is 100% worrying me. Yep. Mm-hmm. Lefty! Hey, Lefty, I called, my voice trembling. No reply. Lefty, are you here? No. Lefty was gone. The Secret Life of Pets is actually a documentary. Oh my god. Either Max, Zach, or Lefty. Yeah. Rose describing their female crush. She had long hair and was really pretty. Bro describing their male bro. He had a twinkle in his eye every time he saw me, and his lips plump and juicy like right? It's so funny. Oh, I hear thunder, guys. If I lose power, the stream, hopefully I'll be able to read the rest of the book before my power goes out and I get forced off the stream involuntarily, if that happens. Oh, fuck. He's gone. He's lost. He's gone. Goodbye, stupid little brat. I want to say I'll miss you, but TBH, I'll probably be less stressed now that you're gone, right? Oh my god. 11:46. Almost done, you guys. Hang on 1 second, guys. My Firefox does this, I will not understand. As I'm trying to log back in, this suggestion, AI generated Goosebump book covers. Oh god, they're terrifying. I haven't watched this, but I'm going to. Goosebumps by disaster, yeah. Yeah, I went off to do something. What did I miss? Okay, so the little brother might be dead because he was going invisible for really long periods of time and then he just disappeared. Like, into thin air. I hear Perry scratching at the door. See if she goes away or comes back. Lefty, my voice came out weak and trembling. He wasn't there. It wasn't a game. He was gone. Without thinking, I ran out of my room, down the hall, and up the stairs to the attic. My bare feet pounded on the steep wooden steps. My heart was pounding even louder. As I stepped into the heat of the attic, a wave of fear swept over me. What if Lefty had disappeared forever? With a frightened cry, I lunged into the tiny room. The bright light reflected in the mirror shone into my eyes. Shielding my eyes with one hand, I made my way to the mirror and pulled the string. The light went out immediately. Lefty? I called anxiously. No reply. Lefty, are you up here? Can you hear me? Fear clogged my throat. Oh, Firefox crashed. Okay. Okay, time to smash some lights. Yeah. Sorry. Firefox being Firefox. Fear clogged my throat. I was panting loudly, barely able to speak. Lefty? Hi, Max. I'm here. My brother's voice came from right beside me. I was so happy to hear it, I turned and gave him a hug, even though I couldn't see him. I'm okay, he said, startled by my emotion. Really, Max, I'm okay. It took a few minutes for him to reappear. What happened? I asked, checking him out, looking him up and down, as if I hadn't seen him for months. You were clowning around in my room. Then you were gone. I'm fine, he insisted with a shrug. But where did you go? I demanded. Up here, he repeated. But Lefty, something about him looked different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but staring at his face, I was sure that something was weird. Stop staring at me like that, Max. He shoved me away. I'm fine, really. He started dancing away from me, heading to the stairs. But Lefty, I followed him out of the room. No more questions, okay? I'm all right. Stay away from the mirror, I said sternly. Do you hear me? He stared down at the stairs. I mean it, Lefty. Don't get invisible again. Okay, he snapped. I won't do it anymore. I checked to make sure his fingers weren't crossed. This time they weren't. Mom was waiting for us in the hall. So there you are, she said impatiently. Max, you're not dressed. I'll hurry, I told her, and bolted into my room. Mom asked my brother, did you brush it differently or something? No, I heard Lefty reply. It's the same. Mom, really, maybe your eyes are different. Stop being... Is that gaslighting 101? Stop being such a smart mouth and get downstairs, Mom told him. Something was definitely weird. These parents are always pissed. Jesus Christ. Something was definitely weird about Lefty. Mom had noticed it too, but I couldn't figure it out. But I couldn't figure out what. As I picked my jeans up off the floor and pulled them on, I started to feel a little better. I had been so frightened that something terrible had happened to my brother, frightened that he disappeared for good and I'd never see him again. All because of that stupid mirror. All because it was such a thrill to get invisible. I suddenly thought about Aaron, April, and Zach. They were so excited about Wednesday, about the big competition. Even April was going to get invisible this time. Lefty's now a righty. His vibe is off. No, I thought, I have to call them. I have to tell them. I've really made up my mind. No more mirror. No more getting invisible. I'll call all three of them when I get back from Springfield, and I'll tell them the competition is canceled. I sat down on my bed to tie my sneakers. Whew, I thought that was a load off my mind. And it was. Having decided not to use the mirror ever again made me feel much, much better. All of my fears seemed to float away. Little did I know that the most frightening time was still coming. I mean, I know, because we still have 30 pages left. Did R.L. Stine hate his folks? Shitty parents seem to be a theme. I have no idea, honestly. It could just be shitty parents are an easy way to create conflict in kid-geared books. But yeah, they're really terrible. Like, they're really terrible. And the narration knows that they're terrible, too, which is interesting to me. If I lived in the Goosebumps universe, I feel like I'd be calling CPS on so many people, right? Wow, I hear the thunder really loud. Same. I believe R.L. Stine just didn't want the kids to be able to run to the parents for help. Yeah. And have to deal with the issue themselves. Yeah. The kids need to be truly on their own, and the easiest way to do that is make their parents shitty. Make a Goosebumps story. I would like to, at some point, do a writing stream. Probably not before Halloween, but we all know that we can do it at any time. Because we're going to be reading these books well after Halloween. But that does have the byproduct of making all your parents horrible. Yeah. Yeah, so far we haven't found one good parent. I'm holding out hope, if anything, that Haunted Mask will break the streak, because Carly Beth's mother is the best, at least on the show. Let's see if book version of Carly Beth's mom is also great. I don't remember. R.L. Stine needs to write a Goosebumps book where the shitty parents are transported to a coliseum where they must fight against the monsters their kids had to deal with. Yes. Yes, they should. Uncle in the Mummy book was pretty good, but I guess that's just an adult and not a parent. Yeah, I'm not counting that one. I mean, he is, but I'm not counting him, not because he's a bad parent, but just because he's just, I mean, he's an uncle to the main character. It's the other character's dad. But he is pretty irresponsible with letting them run around in the tombs, but he is a much better parent, like, emotionally than all the other ones. Because he's kind of just like a big kid, and he's not, like, awful. And I think about him looking like Brendan Fraser, so that makes me instantly love him. Chapter 18. Imagine my surprise when Zach, Aaron, and April showed up at my front door on Wednesday morning. I told you guys the competition is off, I sputtered, staring at them in astonishment through the screen door. But Lefty called us, Aaron replied. He said you changed your mind. The other two agreed. Oh my god, this fucking kid. My mouth dropped open to my knees. Lefty! They nodded. Lefty? They nodded. He called us yesterday, April said. But Lefty isn't even here this morning. I told them as they marched into the house. He's at the playground playing softball with some of his friends. Who's here? My mom called. She came walking into the hallway, drying her hands on a dish towel. She recognized my friends and then turned to me, a bewildered look on her face. Max, I thought you were going to help me down in the basement. I didn't know you made plans with Zach, Aaron, and April. I didn't, I replied weakly. Lefty, we just dropped by, Zach told Mom, coming to my rescue. If you're busy, Max, we can go, Aaron added. No, that's okay, Mom told them. Max was complaining about how boring it would be to help me. It's good you three showed up. Typical mother, mother, especially in these books, to, like, play the guilt trip card and be like, well, I guess since you were complaining so hard, whatever. She disappeared back into the kitchen. As soon as she was gone, my three friends practically pounced on me. Upstairs, Zach cried eagerly, pointing to the stairs. Let's get invisible, Aaron whispered. I get to go first since I've never gone, April said. I tried to argue with them, but I was outnumbered and outvoted. Okay, I reluctantly agreed. I started to follow them up the stairs when I heard scratching noises at the door. I recognized the sound. It was Whitey, back from his morning walk. I pushed open the screen door, and he trotted in, wagging his tail. What is it with the 90s and people just letting their dogs roam off-leash? That seems so dangerous to everybody, especially the dog. Well, since you've been such a little bitch about it nonstop, I guess. I know, right? She doesn't want his help as much as she wants him to feel bad. The dumb dog had some burrs stuck to his tail. I chased him into the kitchen and managed to get him to stand still long enough to pull them off. Then I hurried up the attic to join my friends. By the time I got up there, April was already standing in front of the mirror, and Zach was standing beside her, ready to pull the light on. Whoa, I said. Or I called, sorry. They turned to look at me. I could see that April had a frightened expression on her face. I have to do this right away or else I might wimp out, she explained. I just think we should get the rules straight first, he said sternly. This mirror really isn't a toy, and we know, Zach interrupted, grinning. Come on, Max, no lectures today, okay? We know you're nervous because you're going to lose, but that's no reason. I don't want to compete, April said nervously. I just want to see what it's like to be invisible. For just a minute, then I want to come back. Well, I'm going for the world's record, Zach boasted, leaning against the mirror frame. Me too, Aaron said. I really don't think it's a good idea, I told them, staring at the reflection in the mirror. We should just get invisible for a short time. It's too dangerous to... What a wimp, Zach declared, shaking his head. We'll be careful, Max, Aaron said. I just have a really bad feeling, I confessed. My hair was standing up in the back. I stepped closer to the mirror to see better. I smoothed it down with my hand. These laws weren't as common until the early 2000s. Yeah, it's true. Just feels like a common sense we all should have known better thing. In retrospect, I guess everything feels like that. I think we should all get invisible at the same time, Zach said to me. Why did they say get invisible? It's a weird way to phrase it, right? His blue eyes lighting up with excitement. Then we could go to the playground and scare your brother to death. Everyone laughed except April. I just want to try it for a minute, she insisted. That's all. First, we compete, Aaron told Zach. Then we go out and scare people. Yeah, all right, Zach exclaimed. I decided to give up. There was no sense in trying to reason with Zach and Aaron. They were too psyched for this competition. Okay, let's get it over with, I told them. But first I go, April said, turning back to the mirror. Zach reached up for the string again. Ready? On 3, he said. I turned to the door as Whitey came sniffing his way in, his nose lowered to the floor, his tail straight out behind him. Whitey, what are you doing up here? I asked. He ignored me and continued sniffing furiously. 1, 2, Zach started. When I say ready, bring me back, okay? April asked, standing stiffly, staring straight ahead into the mirror. No jokes or anything, Zach. No jokes, Zach replied seriously. As soon as you want to come back, I'll turn off the light. Good, April replied softly. I mean, he almost fucked it up the last time. Why? Don't put Zach in charge of that again. Zach began his count again. 1, 2, 3. As he said 3 and pulled the string, Whitey stepped up beside April. The light flashed on. Whitey, I screamed, stop! But it was too late. With a yelp of surprise, the dog vanished along with April. Not the dog. Take me instead. Oh my gosh. How would you phrase it then? I mean, I get it, but like, get invisible. I just say, let's be invisible. It was killing me, and I don't want that to happen to you too. Both of his romantic interests. I hear your fears and elect to ignore them. It's always the dog. Had some guy in my apartment with their husky off leash as I was driving the dog out in front of me, and I had to slam on the brakes. The owner didn't look concerned or sorry about it. Ooh, Jesus. That's scary and messed up. I also once had to, like, slam on the brakes because two dogs that somebody owned ran out in front of me, and it's, like, scared the hell out of me. It was, like, back in high school when I was first learning to drive. Doggo, no. What did small dogs ever do to R.L. Stine? It's happened twice this week already. Jeez. Oh, man. People need to be more responsible, man. Alright. Almost there. Chapter 19. And it is midnight, guys. Welcome. The dog, Aaron screamed. Hey, I'm gone, I'm invisible, April exclaimed at the same time. I could hear Whitey whimpering. He sounded really frightened. Pull the string, I shouted to Zach. Not yet, April protested. Pull it, I insisted. Zach pulled the string. He listened to Max. Above everybody else. The light went out. April reappeared first with an angry expression on her face. Whitey reappeared and fell down. Oh! He jumped up quickly, but his legs were all wobbly. He looked so funny, we all started to laugh. Oh! Poor babe. What's going on up there? My mom's voice from the stairwell startled us into instant silence. What are you doing? Nothing, Mom, I answered quickly, signaling for my friends to remain silent. Just hang out. Just hanging out. I don't understand what's so interesting up there in that dusty old attic, she called up. I crossed my fingers, hoping she wouldn't come upstairs to find out. We just like it up here, I replied. Pretty lame, but it was the only thing I could think of to say. I mean, it makes sense. When I was a kid, I also was like, ooh, a creepy attic? Like, not an attic specifically, but like any like creepy like shed or garage or any place that seemed like we weren't supposed to be in there. Me and my cousins were like, this is our new clubhouse, you know? Whitey, having recovered his balance, went running to the stairs. I heard the dog's toenails click on the wooden stairs as he went down to join my mom. That wasn't fair, April complained after my mom and Whitey were gone. I didn't get any time. I think we should get out of here, I pleaded. You see how unpredictable it is. You never know what's going to happen. That's sort of fun. That's sort of the fun of it, Aaron insisted. I want another turn, April said. We argued about it for 10 minutes. Once again, I lost. It was time to start the competition. Aaron was going first. 10 minutes is the time to beat, Zach instructed her. No problem, Aaron said, making funny faces at herself in the mirror. 10 minutes is too easy. April had resumed her position, sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, studying her watch. We had agreed that she would take another turn after the competition was over. After it was over. Standing there watching Aaron get ready, I wished it were over already. I felt cold all over. I had a heavy feeling of dread weighing me down. Please, please, I thought to myself. Let everything go okay. Zach pulled on the string. Aaron disappeared in the flash of a light. Oh, thank God. Are we actually back? Can anybody see and or hear me? You're back! Oh my God, thank God. Oh my God, that was so stupid. My whole internet was just like, hey, what if we just stop? You don't need us right now, right? And I was just like, no, please come back. No, it's usually me if there's issues with the stream. Thank you guys. It's a still wait, to you it's a still image. Oh no. Wait, it's a still. Never mind, it unfroze. Okay, good. I was like, what? Why? Yeah, I'm back. where was I? I saw somebody in chat. I saw Rex say, R.L. Stein wouldn't kill a kid. May I direct your attention to the first book and other books where I know a kid just straight up dies. A kid would straight up die on the show all the time. YouTube app at the end there because my phone crashed at the same time as your internet started back up, but you're back. Okay, good. Okay, cool. Hi, guys. Thank you. Sorry about that. I was like, if I have to end this stream with like 20 pages left on this book, I'm going to be so mad. Let me keep reading in case this happens again. Go to desk cam. All right. Where was I? What was the last thing you guys heard? Nightbot? Nightbot, can you do your job, please? Alright, fine, I'll do your job. One snuck through the defense, oh no. Jesus Christ, Nightbot, you have the one job. Damn it. Okay, anyway. The last line I heard you say was when he pulled the string. Okay, let's see. You guys saw the dog come back, right? Yes. Okay, cool. One job, Nightbot. You had one job, and you blew it. We aren't mad, we're just disappointed. I just feel like we're all looking at Nightbot the way that Loki looks at, what's his name, in Ragnarok, where he's just like, you had one job. Just the one. Like, I feel like that's all of us to Nightbot right now. Where am I? Okay, Zach pulled the string. I'm gonna start from here. Aaron disappeared in the flash of light. It was just after the mom yelled up at them. The mom is always yelling at these kids, man. Why is the mom always yelling at these kids? Oh my gosh, I was thinking the same thing every time you had one job. Just the one. Just the one. There's so many times in my life that I feel like I feel like I am the embodiment of that like clip, and I love that clip. Okay. Aaron disappeared in the flash of a light. April studied her watch. Zach took a step back from the mirror and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes glowed with excitement. Trying to figure out if I should start there or before there. I think I'm good. I think I'm good here. How do I look? Aaron teased. You never looked better, Zach joked. I like what you did with your hair, April said. April teased, glancing up from the watch. Even April was joking and having a good time. Why couldn't I relax too? Why was I suddenly so frightened? You feel okay? I asked Aaron. The words nearly caught in my throat. Fine, Aaron replied. I could hear her footsteps as she walked around the room. If you start to feel weird, just stay ready and Zach will pull the string, I said. I know, she replied impatiently, but I won't be ready to come back until I break the record. I'm going next, Zach told Aaron, arms still crossing in front of him. So your record won't last for long. Muffins, cupcakes. Cupcakes are just muffins with frosting. That's the way I see it. But I do love a really good chocolate muffin, like a chocolate chip muffin. Suddenly, Zach's arms uncrossed, his hands flew wildly up in the air, and he began slapping his face with both hands. Ow! Cut it out, Aaron, he yelled, trying to squirm away. Let go! This is the competition! Over Max! This love triangle. We heard Aaron laugh as Zach slapped himself a few more times, then finally managed to wrestle out of her grip. 1 minute, April announced from behind us. Ow, you hurt me, Zach said, scowling and rubbing his red cheeks. Aaron laughed again. You still feel okay? I asked, glancing into the mirror. Fine, stop worrying, Max, Aaron scolded. My t-shirt suddenly pulled up over my head. Aaron laughed. Oh, give me a break, I cried, spinning away. 2 minutes, April announced. I keep hearing it in Jane's voice. I don't like that. I heard the attic stairs creaking. A few seconds later, Whitey poked his head in. This time, he stopped at the doorway and peered into the room without entering. Go back downstairs, boy, I told him. Go down. He stared back at me as if considering my request, but he didn't budge from the doorway. I didn't want to take another chance of him getting too close to the mirror, so I grabbed him by the collar and guided him to the stairs. Then it took a while for the dumb dog to get the idea that he was supposed to go down the stairs. When I returned to the little room, April had just called out 4 minutes. Zach was pacing impatiently back and forth in front of the mirror. I guess he couldn't wait for it to be his turn. I found myself thinking about Lefty. Lefty knew I had called everyone and canceled the competition, so why had he called Zach, Aaron, and April and told them it was back on? Just out of his practical jokes, I decided, it's an evil Lefty. It's righty, for real. Whoever said that was right. I have to find a way to pay him back for this. Something really evil. 8 minutes, April said, stretching. Pretty good, Zach told Aaron. Sure you don't want to quit now? There's no way you can win. Why not save everyone the time? Do you feel okay? I asked anxiously. No reply. Aaron, I called, searching around as if I had a chance of spotting her. You feel okay? No reply. Aaron, don't mess around. It's not funny, I cried. Yeah, answer us, Zach demanded. Still no reply. Glancing in the mirror, I saw April's reflection caught in horrified expression. Aaron's bars? April's reflection caught in a horrified expression. Aaron's gone, she uttered, her voice a frightened whisper. What do we have? Cupcakes. What is a muffin if not an unfrosted cupcake? That's what I said. The best part of a cake is the frosting after all. Yup. I have this really horrible habit where I like to just eat the frosting from the can sometimes. It's really horrible. Competition to impress Max, but Max has 2 hands and would be happier with a right? Yeah, exactly. Wonder if this was inspired by the doppelganger episode from Twilight Zone. I don't know. Interesting. That episode of Twilight Zone is what inspired Jordan Peele to write Us, which I think is interesting. I need to cover that episode eventually. There's just so many great episodes of the Twilight Zone. Fun fact, Nutella is nutritionally worse for you than just eating cake frosting. Interesting. Interesting. Now I'll feel slightly less bad when I eat frosting out of the can. I don't think that's the takeaway I should be taking away, but you know. We got not a long chapter, just 10 pages. Look, I read all the Harry Potter books as a kid, and you don't know long chapters until there's like a 60-page chapter that's just describing a Quidditch match, and you're like, Jesus Christ. And now I kind of want Nutella. Damn it. Nutella is nutritionally worse for you than just eating cake frosting. That's fascinating. Thank you for telling me that, Boots. Addicted to Nutella in high school, same. Literally just ate frosting from a can last week. It's terrible. It's so good. Like, if I make something, or if we make a birthday cake or something like that, and there's leftover frosting in the can, I am notorious for just like putting it in the fridge and coming back and just like eating it with a spoon. Nutella sandwich. Ooh. You know why Nutella's so good, right? It's just the Ferrero Rocher filling. They just started jarring it because they realized everybody loved it so much. All right, chapter 20. We're almost done, guys. It is 12:26. We probably would be done already if I wasn't fighting with the tech ghost, but you know how it goes. Spoonful of Nutella makes medicine go down. Well, a spoonful of Nutella has about 16 spoonfuls of sugar, so eating frosting from a can is America. Yes, it is. Cold frosting is like eating creamy ice cream. Ooh, yes. Aaron, where are you? I shouted. When she didn't reply, I ran over to the string. Just as I grabbed it, I heard footsteps outside the room. A few seconds later, a can of Coke came floating through the door. Miss me? Aaron asked playfully. You scared us to death, I cried, my voice squeaking. Aaron laughed. I didn't know you cared. That wasn't funny, Aaron, Zach said sternly. For once, he was agreeing with me. They're like an old married couple. You really did scare us. I got thirsty, Aaron replied. The Coke can tilted up. We saw Coke start to pour out of it. The liquid abruptly disappeared as it flowed into Aaron's mouth. I guess being invisible. Interesting. So once it's inside the invisible person, it disappears instead of seeing it going. Interesting. I guess it's a question of at what point does something you ingest become part of your body, I guess. I guess being invisible makes you really thirsty, Aaron explained, so I slipped downstairs and got a Coke. But that makes you dehydrated. You're not supposed to drink a Coke. I love Coke, but you're not supposed to drink it if you're actually genuinely thirsty. It'll just dehydrate you more. But you should have told us, April scolded, her eyes turning back to her watch. 9 minutes. You shouldn't go downstairs, I added heatedly. I mean, what if my mom saw you? Saw me? Well, you know what I mean, I muttered. Aaron laughed. I didn't think it was funny. Why was I the only one taking this seriously? Aaron beat Lefty's record and kept going. When April called out 12 minutes, Zach asked Aaron if she wanted to come back. No reply. Aaron, are you goofing off on us again? I demanded. Still no reply. I could feel my throat tighten again, out of fear. I walked over and pulled the string. My hand was shaking as I pulled it. I prayed silently to myself that Aaron would return. Okay. The light went out. The three of us waited tensely for Aaron to come back. After what seemed like an endless wait, she shimmered back into view. She turned quickly away from the mirror, a triumphant smile on her face. The new champ, she declared, raising her fists in gesture of victory. You okay? I asked, feeling my feeling of fear refusing to leave. She nodded. Just fine, worrywart. She stepped away from the mirror, walking unsteadily. I stared at her. Something about her looked different. She looked perfectly okay. Not pale or sick looking or anything, but something was different. Her smile, her hair, I wished I could figure out what. Ooh, we got another one. Oh, God. A little mirror ghost. Mirror ghost would be a good name for a band. Gosh, okay. She was invisible for less than 2 minutes. She started taking people's shirts off. I bet she was thirsty. Sometimes when I feel really anxious, I make a batch of chocolate buttercream, draw myself a bubble bath, and eat the frosting while soaking and wearing a face mask. See, we're all the same. We're all the same people. This is why we're all a chat group. We all get it. In Greek, they figured out the Earth was round and even the circumference. The Earth's curvature with that. Interesting. Their clothes turned invisible with them, so if they put other clothes on while invisible, would they stay visible or not? I guess it would be invisible because the Coke disappeared. It's a flipped... Yeah, I think they're the mirrored images of the kids. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Oh no, it's her anti-self. Yeah, I'm afraid that's correct. We're almost done. Almost done. Where was I? I pulled the string. Zach vanished in a flash of bright light. Return of the Invisible Man, he cried in a deep voice. Not so loud, I warned him. My mom will hear you downstairs. Erin had lowered herself to the floor beside April. I walked over and stood over her. You sure you're okay, I asked. You don't feel dizzy or weird or anything? She shook her head. No, really, why don't you believe me, Max? As I stared down at her, I tried to figure out what was different about her appearance. What a mystery. I just couldn't put my finger on it. This is giving me Us vibes, for real, and I'm getting a little bit creeped. Anyone else pick at the icing around leftover birthday cake? So I do this really weird thing when I eat cake where so weird. If I have a slice of cake, I will eat the middle, like, because, you know, you have the frosting around the side and the top, and then the usually frosting on the middle tier. And I will eat, like, the parts that are just the plain cake first, and then leave the frosting to then eat the frosting. It's so weird. 100% sure that everything will be back to normal by the end of this book. Maybe. But I don't know. We've already had that not happen in the very first one, so who knows? You guys, one of the things I found at Goodwill, by the way, before I finish this, is another one of these. Not a Scooby-Doo and You, but just a Scooby-Doo novelization book. So, new Scooby-Doo book. Yay. That's not weird. It is the same. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the same person. That's the only person that does the same thing. Oh, the actual cake. Just give me the icing. Ooh, the fat icing rose. Yes. Wait, where was I? Sorry, I'm losing my place. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Well, how come you didn't answer when I called you? I demanded. Huh? Her face filled with surprise. When? At about 12 minutes, I told her. I called you, and Zach called you, but you didn't answer us. Erin's expression turned thoughtful. I guess I didn't hear you, she replied finally. But I'm fine, Max, really. I feel great. It was really awesome. I joined them on the floor and leaned back against the wall to wait for Zach's turn to be over. I really mean it. Don't turn off the light till 15 minutes, he reminded me. Then he messed up my hair, making it stand straight up in the air. Oh, he's going to lose both of his crushes at once. Oh no, both girls laughed. I had to get up, walk over to the mirror, and comb it back down. I don't know why people think messed up hair is such a riot. I really don't get it. Hey, follow me. I've got an idea, Zach said. His voice was coming from the doorway. Whoa, hold on, I called, but I could hear his sneakers clomping across the attic. Follow me outside, he called to us. We heard the footsteps on the attic stairs. Zach, don't do it, I pleaded. Whatever it is, don't do it. But there was no way he was going to listen to me. A few seconds later, we were out the back door, following our invisible friend toward our neighbor, Mr. Evander's backyard. This is going to be trouble, I thought unhappily. Big trouble. Erin, April, and I hid behind the hedge that separated our 2 yards. As usual, Mr. Evander was in his tomato garden, stooped over, pulling up weeds, his big belly hanging out under his t-shirt, his red, bald head shiny under the sun. What is Zach going to do? Stream. There we go. I wondered, holding my breath, my whole body heavy with dread. And then I saw 3 tomatoes float up from the ground. They hovered in the air, then floated closer to Mr. Evander. Oh no, I thought, groaning silently to myself. Please, Zach, please don't do it. Erin, April, and I were huddled together behind the hedge, staring in disbelief as the 3 tomatoes began to circle each other rapidly in the air. Invisible Zach was juggling them, showing off as usual. He was always bragging about how he could juggle, and we couldn't. It took a while for Mr. Evander to notice, but when he finally saw the 3 tomatoes spinning around in midair, a few feet in front of him, his eyes bugged out, and his face turned as red as the tomatoes. Oh, he cried. He let out the weeds fall from his hands. I like how R.L. Stine uses the word oh the way that most people use the word ah. I've never heard a person scream and be like, oh, when they're scared. He then just stared at the spinning tomatoes like he was frozen. Zach tossed the tomato higher as he juggled. April and Erin held hands over their mouths to stifle their laughter. They thought Zach's stunt was a real hoot, but I just wanted to get Zach back up to the attic. Hey, Mary, Mary, Mr. Evander started calling to his wife. Mary, come out here. You've got to see this. Mary! Gaslighting the neighbors. I guess better than creeping on girls? I don't know. Zach tossed the tomatoes higher as he juggled. April and Aaron held hands over their mouths. Okay, so he called to his wife. A few seconds later, his wife came running across the yard, a frightened expression on her face. Mike, what's wrong? What's wrong? Look, those tomatoes are twirling in the air, Mr. Evander cried, motioning wildly for her to hurry. Zach let the tomatoes fall to the ground. Where? Mrs. Evander asked breathlessly, running as fast as she could. There, look, Mr. Evander pointed. I don't see any tomatoes, Mr. Evander said, or Mrs. Evander said. Yes, they're spinning. They're... stopping in front of her husband, panting loudly. Yes, they're spinning. They're... Those tomatoes, Mrs. Evander asked, pointing to the 3 tomatoes on the ground. Well, yes, they were twirling around, and looking terribly confused, Mr. Evander scratched the back of his neck. Mike, how long have you been out in the sun? His wife scolded. Didn't I tell you to wear a cap? I'll be in a few minutes, Mr. Evander said softly, staring down at the tomatoes. As soon as Mrs. Evander turned and headed back to the house, the 3 tomatoes floated up back from the ground and began twirling in the air again. Mary, look, Mr. Evander shouted excitedly. Look, quick, they're doing it again. Zach let the tomatoes drop to the ground. Mrs. Evander spun around and stared into empty space. Mike, you better come with me right now, she insisted. She hurried back, grabbing Mr. Evander by the arm and pulled him away. The poor man looked totally bewildered, staring at the tomatoes on the ground, still scratching the back of his neck, as his wife pulled him into the house. Hey, this is awesome, Zach cried right in front of me. Aaron and April collapsed in wild giggles. I had to admit, it was pretty funny. We laughed about it for a while. Then we sneaked back into the house and up to the attic. In the safety of the little room, we laughed some more about Zach's juggling stunt. Zach bragged that that made me think of Zach Baggins, and I wish it didn't. He was the world's first invisible juggler. Then at 12 minutes, Zach suddenly stopped answering us, just as Aaron had. The 3 of us called his name over and over. Silence. Zach didn't reply. I'm going to bring him back, I said instantly. Gripped with fear once again, I ran to the string. Wait, Aaron said, holding me back. Huh? What for? I pulled away from her. He said to wait for 15 minutes, remember? She argued. Aaron, he's completely disappeared, I cried. But he'll be really mad, Aaron pleaded. I say bring him back, April said anxiously. Give him until 15 minutes, Aaron insisted. No, she just wants him out of the way, so she and Max can start dating. No, I said. I pulled the string. Think of Bilbo Baggins instead of that other douche. Yeah, thank you. That does help a little bit. No, I said. I pulled the string. The light clicked off. A few minutes later, Zach flickered back. He smiled at us. How long? He asked, turning to April. 13 minutes, 20 seconds, she told him. His grin widened. The new champ! You're okay? You didn't... Ooh, there's a little buggy. Goodbye, buggy. You can't be in here. Now it flew off somewhere and it's going to be somewhere else in the room, but oh well. You're okay? You didn't answer us, I said, studying his face. I'm fine. I didn't hear you calling me, but I'm fine. Zach looked different to me, too. Something was very different about him, but what? What's your problem, Max? He demanded. Why are you staring at me like that? Because I love you. No, just kidding. I'm some kind of alien life form or something. Your hair, I said, studying him. Was it like that before? Huh? What are you talking about? Are you freaking out or something? Zach asked, rolling his eyes. Was your hair like that before? I repeated. Buzzed real short on the right side and then combed long on the left? Wasn't it the other way around? You're messed up, Max, he said, grinning at Aaron and April. My hair is the same it's always been. You've been staring in the mirror too long or something. I could have sworn his hair had been short on the left, long on the right. But I guess Zach would know his own hair. You going to go? Aaron asked, jumping up behind me. Yeah, are you going to beat 15 minutes? Zach asked. I shook my head. No, I really don't feel like it, I told him truthfully. Let's declare Zach the winner and get out of here. No way, Zach and Aaron declared in unison. You've got to try, Zach insisted. Don't wimp out, Max. You can beat Zach. I know you can, Aaron declared. She and Zach both pushed me up to the mirror. I tried to pull back, but they practically held me in place. No, really, I said. Zach can be the winner. Go for it, Max, Aaron urged. I'm betting on you. Yeah, go for it, Zach repeated, his hand firmly on my shoulder. No, please, I said, but Zach reached up with his free hand and pulled the string. Oh, that's the correct way to eat cake. Okay. I feel validated. Thank you, guys. Wait, I thought I was the only one who ate cake like that. Okay, so we all eat cake the same way. That makes me feel better. Vanilla cake with chocolate frosting or chocolate cake with vanilla frosting? Chocolate cake with vanilla frosting. I like one of my favorite things ever is chocolate cake with like a cream cheese frosting. Max to the mirror people. Give me back my crush, the mirror people, having watched these idiots for the whole time. Which one, right? Max both of them because yeah, somebody needs to just take the mirror out. We'll know if they're mirror people for sure if Zach's hair is shaved. Ellery called it. Forgot about the shaved hair for a second. Here Aaron knows what's up and is absolutely not above murdering a bitch to get Max to herself, yeah? Gaslighting son of a bitch, right? Imposter, what the hell you do to my best friend, you mirror faker, right? Oh my god. Oh, people that just joined into chat, we're reading almost the end, but we're reading the end of Let's Get Invisible, book number 6 from the Goosebumps original series. Oh boy. It is 12:43. We're definitely not writing a review. We'll have to write the review for this and the Babysitter's Club at some future date. I stared into the mirror for a moment, waiting for the glare to fade from my eyes. It was always such a shock, that first moment when your reflection disappeared, when you stared at the spot where you knew you were standing, and you realized you were looking right through yourself. How do you feel, Max? How do you feel? Aaron asked, imitating me. Aaron, what's your problem? I snapped. It wasn't like her to be so sarcastic. Just giving you a taste of your own medicine, she replied, grinning. It's not like her to be so sarcastic? Interesting. Something about her smile was lopsided, not normal. Ooh, it's creeping me out. I'm creeped. Think you could beat my record? Zach demanded. I don't know, maybe, I replied, uncertainly. Zach stepped up to the mirror and studied his reflection. I had this strange feeling as I watched him. I can't really explain it. I'd never seen Zach stand in just that position or admire himself in just that way. Something was different. I knew it. But I couldn't figure out what. Maybe it's just my nerves, I told myself. I'm just so stressed out. Maybe it's affecting the way I look at my friends. Maybe I'm making all this up. 2 minutes, April announced. Are you just going to stand there? Aaron asked. Staring at the mirror, aren't you going to move around or anything, Max? No, I don't think so, I said. I mean, I can't think of anything I want to do. I'm just going to wait until the time is up. You want to quit now? Zach asked, grinning at the spot where he thought I was standing. I shook my head. Then I remembered that no one could see it. No, I might as well go the distance. Start singing Song from Hercules. I told him, since I'm here, I might as well make you look bad, Zach. He laughed scornfully. You won't beat 1320, he said confidently. No way. Well, you know what? I said, agreed, angered by his smug tone of voice. I'm just going to stand here until I do. And that's what I did. I stood in place, leaning against the mirror frame, while April counted off the minutes. I did okay until a short while after she had called out 11 minutes. Then suddenly, the glare of the light began to hurt my eyes. I closed my eyes, but it didn't help. The bright light grew brighter, harsher. It seemed to sweep around me. surrounding me, fold me over. And then I began to feel dizzy and light, as if I were about to float away, even though I knew I was standing in place. Hey guys, I called out, I think I've had enough. My voice sounded tiny and far away, even to me. The light swirled around me. I felt myself grow lighter, until I had to struggle to keep my feet on the floor, to keep from floating away. I uttered a high-pitched cry. I was suddenly gripped by panic, cold panic. Zach, bring me back, I shouted. Okay, Max, no problem, I heard Zach reply. He seemed miles and miles away. I struggled to see him through the blinding yellow light. He was a dark figure behind the wall of light, a dark figure moving quickly towards the mirror. I'm bringing you back now, Max. Hold on, I heard Zach say. The bright light glowed even brighter. It hurt so much, even with my eyes closed. It hurt. Zach, pull the string, I shouted. Hey, and drink. Goosebumps engaged. Yes. I opened my eyes to see his dim shadow reaching up to pull the string. Pull it, pull it, pull it, I urged silently. I knew that in a second the light would go off and I'd be safe. A second. One tug of the string. Pull it, pull it, pull it, Zach. Zach reached for the triples. He loves saying things in triplicate, R.L. sign. Zach reached for the string. I saw him grab it, and then I heard another voice in the room, a new voice, a surprised voice. Hi, what's going on up here? What are you kids doing? I saw the shadowy figure of Zach drop the string and step away without pulling it. My mom had burst into the room. Great. Wow, my boyfriend and girlfriend are really creepy right now, and one of them looked mirror. Oh no, yeah. Smash the mirror. Gaslighty son of a bitch. Why disaster messes with forces beyond their comprehension and gets their BFs. They're lost in an alternate dimension, right? You're the fake hedgehog around here. All right, almost done. Like 10, 11... How many more pages? Not spoiling. 14 more pages. 14 more pages, and then we're done. And then we can all hopefully go to bed and not be scarred for life. I feel like I'm getting retroactive childhood trauma with every book that we've had, but in a different way from the one before it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. You definitely know what I mean. He's pulled the string, I called. No one seemed to hear me. We're just hanging out, I heard Zach tell my mom. But where's Max? I heard her ask. How did you find this little room? What are you all doing in here? Her voice sounded as if it were coming from underwater, far, far away. The entire room began to shimmer in the light, flickering on and off. I held tightly to the frame of the mirror, struggling not to float away. Can you hear me? I called. Please, somebody, pull the string. Bring me back. They were just gray shadows in the wavering, rolling light. They didn't seem to hear me. Gripping the frame tightly, I saw a shadow approach the mirror. My mom. She walked around it, admiring it. I can't believe we never knew about this room. How the hell are they going to wrap this up in 14 pages? Random bullshit. That's how every Goosebumps book is like that. R.L. Stine really likes to make you bite your own nails until the last second, you know? Where did this old mirror come from? I heard her ask. She was standing so close to me, they were all there. They were so close and so far away at the same time. Or they all were. They were so close to me and so far away at the same time. Please bring me back, I shouted. I listened for an answer, but the voice faded away. The shadows moved in a flickering blur. I tried to reach out to them, but they were far away. They were too far away. I let go of the mirror frame and began to float. We all float down here. Mom, I'm right here. Can't you hear me? Can't you do anything? It's just so light, so completely weightless, I floated in front of the mirror. My feet were off the floor. I couldn't see them in the blinding glare. I floated to the mirror glass under the light. I could feel the light pull me closer, until it pulled me right into the mirror. I knew I was inside the mirror, inside a glistening blur of colors. The shapes shimmered and rolled together as if underwater, and I floated through the glimmering shards of light and color, floated silently away from my friends, away from my mom, floated away from the tiny attic room, into the center of the mirror, into the center of an undulating, rolling world of twisting lights and colors. Help me, I screamed, or I cried. But my voice was muffled by the blurred, shifting colors. Bring me back! Get me back! Floating deeper into this glimmering world, I could barely hear myself. Deeper into the mirror and still deeper. The colors gave way to shapes of gray and black. It was cold here, cold as glass. And as I floated deeper... As I floated deeper, the grays and blacks faded too. This reads like one of those sleep stories that's meant to put you to sleep. Because that's what sleep stories do. It's a sleep story. Sorry. The world was white now, pure white all around, shadowless white as far as I could see. I stared straight ahead, no longer calling out, too frightened to call out, too mystified by the cold, ivory world I had entered. Hello, Max, a familiar voice said. Oh, I cried out, realizing I was not alone. He literally went into the light. I know. God, okay, I'm just going. Do I have any tea left? I have a little bit of tea left. Any ghosts that may or may not be in here, including the tech ghost, just keep your distance for about 10 more pages so I don't have a heart attack right now. It really does get creepy. He went into the Matrix, right? Alright. Okay. A scream of terror escaped my lips. I tried to form words, but my brain seemed paralyzed. The figure approached quickly, silently through the cold, white world of the mirror. I'm just picturing that first episode of Full Metal, or second episode of Full Metal Alchemist, where, like, he accidentally gains all the information. The back rooms, right? Mirror Zack is a horrible boyfriend. I hope real Zack would have been a better one. Probably. I have to imagine it's an inverted personality because it's a mirror person, I hope. He smiled at me, an eerie, familiar smile. You! I managed to scream. He stopped inches away from me. I stared at him in disbelief. I was staring at myself. Me, smiling back at me. The smile as cold as the glass that surrounded us. Don't be afraid, he said. I'm your reflection. No! His eyes, my eyes, studied me hungrily, like a dog staring at a meaty bone. He smiled. His smile grew wider as I cried out in fear. I've been waiting here for you, my reflection said, his eyes locked on mine. No, I repeated. I turned away. I knew I had to get away. I started to run. But I stopped short when I saw the faces in front of me. Distorted, unhappy faces, dozens of them. Funhouse mirror faces, with enormous drooping eyes and tiny mouths tight with sadness. The faces seemed to hover just ahead of me, the gaping eyes staring at me, the tiny mouths moving rapidly as if calling to me, warning me, telling me to get away. Who were these people, these faces? Why were they inside the mirror with me? Why did their distorted, twisted images reveal so much sadness, so much pain? No! I gasped as I thought. I recognized two of the floating faces and their mouths working furiously, their eyebrows rising wildly up and down. Aaron and Zack? No, that was impossible, wasn't it? I stared hard at them. Why were they talking so frantically? What were they trying to tell me? Help me, I called, but they didn't seem to hear me. Their faces, dozens of them, bobbed and floated. Help me, please! And then I felt myself being spun around. I stared into the eyes of my reflection as he gripped my shoulders and held me in place. You're not leaving, he told me. His quiet voice echoed through the clear stillness. Icicles scratching against glass. I struggled to free myself, but his grip was strong. I'm the one to leave, he told me. I've been waiting so long, ever since you turned on the light. And now I'm going to step out from here and join the others. Others, I cried. Your friends gave in easily, he said. They did not resist the switch I made. The switch was made, and now you and I will also make a switch. No, I screamed, and my cry seemed to echo through the icy cold for miles. Why are you so afraid? He asked, turning me around, still gripping my shoulders, bringing his face close to mine. Are you so afraid of your other side, Max? He stared at me intently. That's what I am, you know, he said. I am your reflection, your other side, your cold side. Don't be afraid of me. Your friends were not afraid. They made the switch without much of a struggle. Now they're inside the mirror. And their reflections, his voice trailed off. He didn't have to finish his sentence. I knew what he was saying. Now I understood about Aaron and Zach. Now I understood why they looked different to me. They were reversed. They were their own reflections. And now I understood why they pushed me into the mirror, why they forced me to disappear too. If I didn't do something, I realized my reflection would switch places with me. My reflection would step into the attic, and I'd be trapped inside the mirror forever, trapped forever with the sad, bobbing faces. But what could I do? Staring at myself, I decided to stall, to ask questions, to give myself a little time to think. Whose mirror is it? Who built it? I demanded. He shrugged. How should I know? I'm only your reflection, remember? But how? It's time, he said eagerly. Don't try to stall with foolish questions. Time to make the switch. Time for you to become my reflection. That's it. We're all fucked, right? Spoken in the OG series. Oh, really? I didn't realize that. Almost sounds like Treehouse of Horror 6, where Homer gets sucked into the third world and falls into the real world. Ending of the episode is sad. Maybe not, IDK. Yeah, it reminds me of Us. It reminds me very much of Us. That whole, like, mirror doppelganger thing. Very much is mirror imagey, isn't it? I think Hannah's right. Of course he'd recognize Zach and Aaron. At least he's got forever in the mirror with his crushes to sort out dynamics. He's such a bi disaster that he got all of him and his friends killed. I pulled away. I started to run. The sad, distorted faces hovered in front of me. I shut my eyes and dodged away from them. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. My legs pumped. My arms flew out at my sides. It was so clear and bright I couldn't tell as if I were moving or not. My feet couldn't feel the floor. There were no walls, no ceiling. There was no air brushing my face as I ran, but my feet kept me moving through the clear, cold, shimmering light. He was behind me. I couldn't hear him. I had no shadow, but I knew he was right behind me, and I knew that if he caught me, I'd be lost. Lost inside of the blank world, unable to see, unable to hear, to smell, to touch anything. Lost in the cold glass forever. Another silent, bobbing face. And so I kept running until the colors returned, until the light bent to form shapes, and I saw shadows moving and shifting in front of me. Stop, Max, I heard my reflection's voice right behind me. Stop right there. But now he sounded worried. And so I kept running into the colors and moving shapes. Suddenly, Zach turned off the light. I came bursting out of the mirror into the tiny attic room, into an explosion of sound, the color, hard surfaces of real things, the real world. I stood up, panting, gasping for breath. Wait. Into an explosion of sound, of color, of hard surfaces, of real things, the real world. Okay. I stood up, panting, gasping for breath. I tested... I tested my legs. I stomped on the floor, the solid floor. I turned my eyes to my friends who were standing in front of me, startled expressions on their faces. My mom, I realized, must have retreated back downstairs. Did you make the switch? Zach asked eagerly, his eyes glowing with excitement. Are you one of us? Aaron asked at the same time. No, said a voice, my voice, coming from just behind me. We all stared into the mirror. Inside it, my reflection, red-faced and angry, glared out at us, his hands pressed against the glass. He got away. My reflection told my friends the switch wasn't made. I don't understand, I heard April cry. What's going on, guys? Zach and Aaron ignored her. They stepped up quickly and grabbed me by the arms. They spun me around roughly. The switch wasn't made, my reflection repeated from inside the glass. No problem, Aaron told it. She and Zach forced me up to the mirror. You're going back in, Max, Zach said heatedly. He reached up and he pulled the light cord. Destroying the mirror fixes everything, or it traps real Zach and Aaron in mirror hell forever. Yeah, that's true. Oof. Oof. We've got 4 more pages. 4 pages. 4 pages. All right, do we think this is going to be like a miraculous Deus Ex Machina, very like good ending, or is this going to be a real depressing ending? The light flashed on. I went invisible. My reflection remained in the mirror, open palms pressed against the inside of the glass, staring out. I'm waiting for you, Max, he said. In a few minutes, you'll join me in here. No, I shouted. I'm leaving. I'm going downstairs. No, you're not, my reflection said, shaking his head. Aaron and Zach won't let you escape, but don't be so frightened, Max. It's all quite painless, really, he smiled. It was my smile, but it was cold, cruel. I don't get this, April was protesting back at the door. Will someone tell me what's going on? You'll see, April, Aaron told her soothingly. What am I going to do? I wondered, frozen in panic. What can I do? Just a few more minutes, my reflection said calmly, already celebrating his victory, his freedom. April, get help, I cried. She spun around at the sound of my voice. Huh? Get help! Go downstairs! Get help! Hurry! I screamed. But I don't understand. April hesitated. Aaron and Zach moved to block her path, but the door suddenly swung open. I saw Lefty stop at the doorway. He peered up, saw my reflection. He must have thought the reflection was me. Think fast, he shouted, and he tossed a softball. The ball smashed into the mirror. I saw the startled look on Lefty's face, and then I heard the crash and saw the mirror crack and shatter. My reflection didn't have time to react. He broke into shards of glass and fell to the floor. No! Aaron and Zach shrieked. I popped back into view, just as Aaron and Zach's reflections floated up off the floor. They were sucked into the broken mirror, screaming all the way, sucked into it as if a powerful vacuum cleaner were pulling them in. The 2 reflections flew screaming into the mirror and appeared to crack into hundreds of pieces. Whoa! Lefty cried, gripping the door with the door frame, gripping the door with all his strength, pressing his body against the door frame, struggling to keep himself from being sucked into the room. And then Aaron and Zach dropped onto the floor, on their knees, but it's still not Lefty. It's Righty. Looking dazed and confused, staring at the pieces of shattered mirror that littered the floor around them. You're back, I cried happily. It's really you. Yeah, it's me, Zach said, climbing unsteadily to his feet, then turning to help Aaron up. The mirror was shattered, the reflections were gone. Aaron and Zach gazed around the room, still shaken and dazed. April stared at me in total confusion. Lefty remained outside the doorway, shaking his head. Max, he said, you should have caught the ball. That was an easy catch. Aaron and Zach were back, and they were okay. And didn't take long to get everything back to normal. We explained everything to April and Lefty as best we could. April went home. She had to babysit her little sister. Aaron and Zach, the real Aaron and Zach, helped me sweep up the broken glass. Then we closed the door to the little room. I latched it tightly, and we all carried cartons over and stacked them up to block off the door. We knew we'd never go in there again. We vowed to never tell anyone about getting invisible, or the mirror, or what happened in the little room. Then Aaron and Zach headed home. Later, Lefty and I were hanging around out in the backyard. That was so scary, I told Lefty. In the backyard? That was, I told Lefty with a shudder. You just can't imagine what it was like. Sounds pretty scary, Lefty replied absently, tossing the softball from hand to hand. But at least everything is okay now. Want to play a little catch? No, I shook my head. I wasn't in the mood. But then I changed my mind. Maybe it'll take my mind off what happened this morning, I said. Lefty tossed me the ball. We trotted behind the garage, our usual place for tossing the ball around. I lobbed it back to him. We were having a pretty good game of catch until about 5 minutes had gone by. Until I stopped in frozen place. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Here comes my fastball, he said. He heaved it at me. No. I gasped open mouthed as the ball shot past me. I didn't even try to catch it. I couldn't move. I could only stare in horror. My brother was throwing right-handed. I knew it! That damn kid is stuck in that mirror forever. Oh, my soul nuts. It didn't end as tragic as it could go. He's got his boyfriend and his girlfriend back. His brother, gone forever. No, the brother definitely died. But yeah. Lefty's now ready. Yep. You're back, Zach. I miss you so much, Zach. You saved me, Max. Oh, here, Aaron, let me help you up. Max, you're one. At least the shit brother is gone. We're counting that as a win. It's his plan the whole time. His brother is gonna rule the world. Oh my god. In the mirror world. Jesus Christ. That got really creepy at the end. You know? Mm. That actually, I thought it was going to be way more like Monster Blood with like no plot. It did have a repetitive plot for sure. But I do find it interesting. There's this weird undertone of like the kid that's like really not self-absorbed, but like he's always like concerned about his like appearance, which the narration seems to be concerned about, and then he has to be like this logical one that's looking out for everybody else, and then he literally gets trapped in the mirror. That's interesting. Mirror Lefty is a much more likable character than real Lefty. Honestly, weird, isn't it? Maybe because maybe Lefty was so terrible because he was already the mirror. Maybe. I don't know. My head hurts. And it's too late to be thinking that hard. It's after 1 o'clock. Oh my god. Well, thank you guys for sticking it out with me. I appreciate all of you. What do you guys think? Do you want to read Night of the Living Dummy tomorrow? That's the next book in the series. How did minor Lefty not get sucked into the mirror like the other mirror copies? It said he held onto the door to brace himself so he didn't get caught. Which instantly, like, why would he be being sucked in if he wasn't the reflection? You know what I mean? So yeah, we can write our review for this later. We also have to write our review for the Babysitter's Club. But let me log it as red while I'm here, just so that I don't forget. If I can make it for that. Yeah, we'll see. I haven't like straight up decided. I might take a night off from streaming, but we'll see. Night of the Living Dummy. Take care of those ears. Thank you. Like feel so much pressure in them in this one specifically. Night of the Living Dummy is gonna be Night of the Living Dummy is gonna be real fun because it's the book that started it all when it comes to Slappy. Love him or hate him, it's Goosebumps history. Currently reading. We're gonna put it on the red shelf. I'm gonna write the review later. But I would like to put it where do I want to put it? Oh yeah, I wanted to put it on the other. Hey, look, this is a Goosebumps that we read shelf. My theory is that Mirror Lefty was nice because real Lefty was awful. But it was the opposite with Max and Mirror Max. So Mirror Lefty saved real Max. Because he was a kinder brother to him than Mirror Max. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's true, because he knew he was stuck in there. It wasn't an accident. Interesting. I do love all the little twist endings. We didn't get that in Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, although I feel like the chanting of like raising up the mummies didn't go without any consequences. Miramax sounds like Miramax Company. That's funny. All right. Well, I believe this was our 20th book we read on stream, guys. For us. Yep, 20th book. We did it. I don't know why I said that like that was like the end goal, but we've read 20 books on stream. Woo! Well, thank you guys for being here for another stream. Hopefully I'll be able to stream tomorrow. But I will leave you guys here since it's 1:12 a.m. where I am. I was there at the beginning. Cameron was literally here for the first, when I was like, hey guys, let's stream Nancy Drew. And it took me 3 streams to get through the whole book because I was like only streaming 2 hours a night. Thank you for the video. Hope everyone has a good night. And also I wasn't used to reading I was worse than I am now at reading on stream. Sorry, I've been outside the city. How did the story go? Cool and then really creepy at the end, but it was good. I liked it. Yeah, that's right, Paolo and Ellery. You guys have been here for forever. That's amazing. I love that. I love that we've all been here for all of them. Can't wait to get to Deep Trouble books and make the mermaid with legs joke again. That's going to be so much fun. I think it's a good idea to flip between Goosebumps and Scooby-Doo. We can do a Scooby-Doo tomorrow night if you guys want to. I love Scooby-Doo. Jordan Peele got inspired by this. Hi, Sammy. Can't wait to see the next reaction video of yours. It's coming out tomorrow morning. It would have been out tonight, but my computer decided that rendering was beneath it tonight. And then I was getting on stream, and I didn't want to try to render while on stream and crash. Try Sudafed for your ears and sinus worked for me. Thank you. My dad has mentioned that to me because he also has a lot of the same issues, so I will try it. But yeah, Jordan Peele got inspired for us by the episode of Twilight Zone Mirror Image. I believe he said he was watching it when he was first recruited to... I don't know if he said he watched it specifically while he was first recruited to host the Twilight Zone reboot, and then he came across that and he was like, oh, that's cool, or not, but he was inspired by that episode. Mucinex could also work. Yeah, I just get a lot of ear infections. I got an ear infection when I was 12 from a pool that wasn't treated properly, and ever since then I've just been really prone to ear infections, so it happens. But yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate you. Yeah, I will see you tomorrow for probably a book of some kind. God knows we have a lot of books to read on stream. I really like these read streams. They're really fun. Scooby-Doo could be fun because they're shorter, so we might be able to do Goodreads view at the back end. That's perfect. That's a great idea. Thank you, Ellery. That's smart. Yes, I love that. Thank you. Let's do that. Let's read the next Scooby-Doo book, which would be which one? Right before I get off. Ooh, interesting. It would be Scooby-Doo in the case of the Theater Phantom, otherwise known as their Phantom of the Opera book. Scooby and the gang dress up for a night out at the Palace Theater. They expect to meet stars, but not Phantom. Jinkies! If the mystery isn't solved quickly, the show may close before it opens. I'm excited. Scooby-Doo says, fuck you. Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate you. Feel bad that I've missed every stream you do with Maddie. I just find the game streams harder to focus. No, don't feel bad. I know that you work while it's on. That's totally cool. Yeah, no worries about it. It's the Phantom of the Scooby-Doo-niverse. I mean, we miss you, Noah, but don't feel bad. I assume that it's probably harder with like 2 of us and the game going and everything to do all that and work. Whereas like these streams are literally just like me reading, which I guess can kind of just become ambient noise after a little while. All right, so that's what we'll do. That's a good plan, guys. So we'll do Scooby-Doo stream tomorrow night. The stream was great. Thank you, Hannah. Also, the video game streams are great. Take care. Yeah, good night, everybody. There was a Phantom of the Opera mystery they had. They did. There's a lot of Phantom of the Opera inspired-ish things I've noticed. It's not an Australian show. It's the next episode of Whodunit with Natasha. But there are more Australian videos coming soon. I'll see you guys. You guys are the best. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.